Good morning, Senior Counsel. It is now 11 o'clock. Good morning to you, honorable members, members of Parliament with us or who have joined us for today's proceedings. The staff of Parliament, Dr. Tuli, I see you there with your team. Senior Counsel, Advocate Arense and your team, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister Mchunu, his legal team, and media, everyone present.
The members of the media, good morning to you. I saw today you came very early, and when I arrived, some of you mistook me for Minister Mchunu, but you could notice the difference that a taller figure came out of the car and Minister Edward Senzo Mchunu, good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much.
We are going to start with today's proceedings. Minister, we've invited you here for today, tomorrow, and next week, Tuesday. And in the event we may not finish on Tuesday, we will also use Wednesday. Senior Counsel, may I check if there is something you want to say before I administer oath on the witness?
Not particularly, Honorable Chair.
Can I check if there is anything honorable members want to say before I administer oath? Okay, I'm not seeing any hand. I'm proceeding. Once I'm done with that, Senior Counsel, I'm going to hand over straight to you to start with the process. Before I administer oath, Minister, I would like to bring the following to your attention. It has become a ritual that we do with every witness appearing before us. There are a few paragraphs that I need to read so that you understand the purpose, why you are here, and what are the rights that you have. Honorable Minister, you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigates the allegations by Lieutenant General MKWANAZI. You have been invited to provide information in relation to the ad hoc committee's oversight.
On a point of order, Chair. Can I speak?
Yes, you can speak.
Yes. I thought, good morning, members, good morning, Minister, and people of South Africa. I thought the procedure will be that you hand over to the Senior Counsel, who will now present to you the witness before this committee and ask you to administer the witness' oath, because he would have satisfied himself that this witness before us is a rightful person who must be before us, and then hand him over to you for you to administer the oath.
Yeah, that is exactly what I did, Honorable Member. I requested the senior counsel before I administer oath to say, is there anything that he wants to say? He said he was satisfied we could proceed. Unless you want him to read it into the record, I can once again give him that opportunity to do so. But I checked with the senior counsel if there is anything that he wants to do before I administer oath.
Yeah, that's a problem with our senior counsel. These things of law, they don't have a shortcut. That's what we spoke about even before the witnesses came before us, that the step-by-step includes the following. So he should have done what is expected of him. He can't say, I'm fine. He must say, before you, Chair, this is so and so, wara, 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 wara. I therefore request that you admit, you take and make him to take an oath before we can put him on the stand. Thanks.
No, it's fine. I note the concern. Let's not crucify him. Let's forgive him. Senior counsel, may you just confirm that the witness that we administer oath on is
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The right witness.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, everyone watching, everyone present, we are satisfied that Minister Senzo Mchunu is present, is before us. We've consulted with him. He's ready, willing, and able to testify. And before he does so, I would humbly request that you administer the oath so that we can proceed with questioning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me start, Minister, because you may no longer remember some of the things that I have said. You have been invited here to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General MKWANAZI. You have been invited to provide information in relation to the ad hoc committee's oversight, to properly investigate the allegations made on that day of the 6th of July, 2025, which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath, in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protections as provided in the Powers and Privileges Act. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, A person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Minister, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or affirmation. Which one do you elect?
The oath, sir.
Oath. If you elect to take oath, you will then state your names in full and say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth, and so help me God.
My name is Senzo Mchunu. I swear that all the evidence that I will give is the truth, the whole truth, and all the truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much. I hand over to your legal counsel.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Good morning, Minister. And again, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your cooperation, you and your legal team. It hasn't been easy. Obviously, evidence has been given before, and you were required to adapt, adjust whatever your statement, but we now have it. Honourable Chair, honourable members, may I just refer you to the documents that you have in front of you. There are 4 volumes. The first one contains the witness statement with annexures up to annexure SM34 up to page 245. The next volume are annexures SM35 to SM44. So this bundle ends at page 557, and then you have 2 other bundles. We've labeled them Exhibit Bundle 3 and Exhibit Bundle 4, and they contain a combination of exhibits that some would have been already part of the witness statements that have come before you for ease of reference. For example, you'll see the Minister's Directive of 31 December. It's contained in this bundle, and there's other exhibits that are not part of the statements, but which we intend to refer to, and that on the basis of fairness have been made available to Minister Mchunu and his lawyers also to look at, to comment, and I will ask him about it, and so he's not caught by surprise. Minister, perhaps if we can just start off on a personal note, if you can turn to your statement. You're aware of why you are here today. They relate to the media statements made by Lieutenant General MKWANAZI on the 6th of July, and subsequent to that, the National Assembly appointed this ad hoc committee in terms of reference, which you will see summarized on pages 2 through to 5. So if we could go to page 6 of your statement. And these are all personal particulars about when you were born, your school background, your tertiary education, qualifications, and then at paragraph 11, you entered into full-time politics. There's a typo there. I take it doesn't apply to you. It says, I entered dull-time politics in 1991. It's full-time politics, isn't it? And you became involved, and you also have the distinction of having been appointed, elected as Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal province until May 2016, when you were removed / I think you used the word fired. You were elected into the National Assembly, paragraph 13, after the 2019 general election, sorry. Your first appointment as Minister was of Public Service Administration on the 30th of May 2019, and then on the 5th of August 2019, you were appointed as Minister of Water and Sanitation. And then after the 2024 elections, after the formation of the Government of National Unity, you were appointed on the 30th of June by the President as Minister of Police. Just before we proceed, Minister, is there anything you would like to add, comment on that's not in the statement, or maybe just comment on any of these issues of a personal political nature?
Not really.
So you're happy that all this is accurately recorded?
Yes.
Can we just perhaps discuss your appointment and then your orientation as Minister of Police? After the elections and the formation of the Government of National Unity, you had been in the previous administration, you had been Minister of Water and Sanitation. Did you know, or were you aware that you would be appointed to another portfolio, especially Minister of Police?
No, I wasn't until it was done.
Or maybe just explain to us briefly, how does it work? You just get a phone call from the President to say, I'm appointing you, and you don't have a choice, or you consulted, or how does it work?
Firstly, I didn't even know in 2019 in the first place that I would be appointed as a Minister of Public Service. And then it went on. I didn't know that I would be moved to water in Department of Water and Sanitation. I didn't know that I would be moved until the announcement was made on 5 August. And then I didn't also know that I would be appointed as Minister at all, and that I would be appointed as Minister of Police. How it happened is that I got a call that I should report somewhere, Mahlamanlugu, if not Makhato, on a particular evening, and I went there, and then I was informed.
Okay. What was your reaction when you got the call from the President, or from the President's office, that you would be appointed as Minister of Police?
Well, I imagine I imagine that at that time, I went there, as I say, not knowing what would happen. And when it happened, I welcomed that, accepted that. And I didn't have a lot to think at that time about because we're busy with this and that, up until I got time to start thinking about what it means and how I would go about playing my role as Minister of Police.
No doubt, as you've come to realize, as you took on the job of being Minister of Police in our country especially, it's a huge portfolio with a huge responsibility. You nevertheless decided to accept that responsibility, and you've no doubt carried it out to the best of your abilities.
Yes, that was the other part of it. In other words, I stopped thinking about, yes, I've been appointed, given an opportunity, that nice part, and started reasoning about this position and how I would go about and who I'll talk to and all of that to get to know and understand more about it. And indeed, I reasoned at some point that it's a huge responsibility, especially in a country infested with crime like South Africa at the moment. From that, even at that time, that you somehow would stand between life and death of each human being in your country, each and every citizen in the country, young and old, alive and sick, and all of that. You take a very, very, very huge responsibility, and it runs to you personally, not just in terms of it being a job, but personally. That's how I thought about it, and that's how far I went in thinking about what I'd been thrust into.
Can we accept that you certainly had not discussed your impending appointment as Minister of Police with the President or anyone else in a position of influence or authority?
No, the President of the Republic is the only one that appoints and instructs that you'll be called. But the first word comes from him, and as it did, it came from him that I'm being appointed as Minister of Police, no one else. So I didn't know her name.
I mean, this is your third appointment as a minister in our government, and all three are important. Minister of Public Administration, we've got a huge administration, public service, of course, and water and sanitation, and now the police portfolio. So you're certainly familiar with the workings of government and the workings of state, how the state works, how it operates, and so on.
Yes, I do, especially because prior to that, I'd had an opportunity of being appointed as MEC for Education, that is member of the Executive Council in KZN as far back as 2009 after general elections, and I served there for 4 years. But I went on to get an opportunity appointed as Premier of the province. All of that exposed me before the the positions that you've just spoken about. And I may as well add that when I got to the Department of Education, KZN, shortly afterwards, there was some kind of upheaval when one of the unions, SATU, made allegations against top management of the department that I'd just been appointed into. And I had to then deal with that matter, new as I was at that time, in the portfolio. We started by just listening and sort of ignoring what they were saying, but when they showed seriousness about their allegations, I then had to respond. And we investigated the allegations and went through the whole process, and went on to become Premier as well. And at some point, I got confronted with a challenge when one of the HODs, or we were filling up a post in one of the departments there. And when we were on the verge of appointing, then one of the unions, in this instance, NEHAU, made allegations against the individual. And I had to think, what is it that I needed to do? I ended up appointing a panel to investigate those allegations before making final appointment. And then that was followed by a dispute between the individual and myself as Premier, which ended up in the Constitutional Court. And I won it. So that's the experience that I got prior to being given an opportunity as minister in the Republic.
So you were vindicated in that court case in terms of the way you handled that particular dispute?
Yes.
Okay. During that, you then also had the distinction of being appointed as Premier of KwaZulu-Natal province. And I take it that during that period, you had the opportunity of interacting at the very least with the Provincial Commissioner of Police at the time. And perhaps during that period, you had also met other senior members of the police.
Yes, definitely. Not for the first time, though. I had been interacting with police for quite a long time, coming from KZN, which was almost all the time during the time when we became active in politics as a student. We were interacting with police even as a student leader after that, and or in the course of time. And when I got to political positions in my political party, the ANC, I got to interact a lot with police because of the dynamics in that province at that time for a long time. And then as well as when I became MEC and became Premier. I've been interacting with police for quite some time at different levels.
So you have both experience of the police, with the police, the way the police conducted themselves at the time when you were an actively involved student, as an activist. So on the one hand, it's how not to police. And on the other hand, post-1994, hopefully you had a better experience.
Yes, I confirm that.
Yeah.
Including getting to experience an arrest in the hands of police. It all happened at that time.
So did you get to know Lieutenant General Mchunu during this period when you were MEC, when you were Premier?
No.
You didn't get to know him at all?
No, not at all.
Who would have been the Provincial Commissioner of Police when you were Premier?
At some point, there was Ngiti. At some point, General Ngiti. That was before. After I became Premier, I can't remember who it was, up until Mamunye. Yes, Mamunye, General Mamunye, Lieutenant General Mamunye, who got appointed more or less at that time when I was Premier. We're working with him.
And your relationship with the provincial commissioner and the police at the time?
I would take it that from my side, the relationship was very good. I would take a phone, call her. I would report things when there were things to be reported. We would meet as well. So the relationship was good from my point of view.
Who would have been the Minister of Police at the time?
Minister of Police, there were different ministers during that time. I think we started off with Minister Nathi
Mthethwa.
And then I think Nathi Nhleko after that, and then Minister Mbalula after that. So they all had, but I knew that at some point there was also Charles Ngakula in political circles. Before I got to government, I did interact with him on various matters in the province.
Now, once you were appointed as Minister of Police in the Government of National Unity after June 2024, you would no doubt have oriented yourself with, what your portfolio is all about, and so on. No doubt, that's one of the first things that you would do, isn't it?
Yes.
So do you want to just discuss that? You deal with it in your affidavit at paragraphs 16 to 18. You can either read it, or if you want to refresh your memory, or if you want to speak from memory, you can tell us what your orientation was like.
Yes, I did got, after being sworn in, sought to have a meeting with the leadership of police in the country, just for orientation, starting off with meet and greet, look at each other in the face and get to know each other very well, as it happened in the office there. That was the start of the relationship, a working relationship with top officials in the police management.
So at paragraph 18, you say that my orientation was, paragraph 18, page 9 of your statement.
Yeah.
My orientation was extensive and ended only this year. Some of these orientation briefings touched on matters relevant to the National Political Killings Task Team. You refer throughout to that task team as the NPKTT. In one of the discussions we had around November 2024, I recall the National Commissioner clarifying to all present, that's to you and the Deputy Ministers, that the NPKTT was not a formal unit, but a task team. This to me was obvious because the NPKTT was a task team and not a unit. The important part about what he said was that the intention of the NPKTT was to evolve to a dedicated murder and robbery unit. I will later on demonstrate that the National Commissioner withheld information from this committee. He was aware of a work study that was undertaken and signed by General Satoli, the former National Commissioner, in June 2019. The work study disbanded the NPKTT and resuscitated all the specialized units, including the murder and robbery unit. This occurred before I came into the position. Mine was to give effect to the work study outcomes. So you confirm, having said this, do you want to elaborate, to expand before I ask you a few questions about this?
Yes, I confirm that this is my statement as read, and would want to elaborate by saying that I made it my duty after I got appointed that beyond interacting with individual police officers, especially the National Commissioner, as part of my orientation, and interacting with them as groups as they would organize, that I would go out of my way, understand some of the things from documents, from interacting with other people. And one of the people I met, of course, was former Minister Begicele during that time, who did an orientation, handed over a file to me, outlining things, some of them that were on course, others that I would need to deal with, including what the portfolio entailed in terms of various committees of cabinet and all of that. And of course, other people, as they would have wanted to meet me to advise here and there. It happened like that. And I must say I got a lot of support. And I thank all those people who interacted with me at that time, including in particular National Commissioner and his deputies. They were kind, they were open, they were interactive and cordial relations that they sought to develop and I sought to develop. But of course, I did become aware, as I say, of other things which wouldn't have been necessary to then say, let's discuss this and that. Just things that would have been happening in the department in that particular way. And of course, in this instance, later on, I familiarized myself with through meetings. So orientation became orientation, but at the same time, it became discussions. And in some cases, during those discussions, we took various decisions. So it was not always up to the end of the year, just a question of sitting and listening. We were very interactive together with the two deputy ministers, asking questions, but also opening up and leading discussions, but also in some cases, taking decisions when we felt we needed to test our ideas and what we had. And later on, I did become aware of this particular issue of units, of task teams, the difference between task team and the unit. And the names of such, and including the National Political Killings Task Team, and the history and background and all of those things. So we got to know those things up to end of the year in various meetings.
I think it would be expected of any new or a minister coming into a new portfolio, that's I suppose that's why you use the word orientation specifically. Or to orient means just to familiarize yourself.
Yes.
And you would rely on people telling you how things work before you get to grips with it, and you can start asking your own questions. So that would have been expected in the first period, but what I want to ask you to comment on is in that second sentence of paragraph 18, you use the word touched. You said some of these orientation briefings touched on matters relevant to the NPKTT. That seems to indicate that it was very superficial. There wasn't any sort of deep, meaningful discussions or consultations on this particular aspect that you mentioned. You just touched on it. It was just, it almost seems to indicate it was just on the surface. Your comment?
Not really. As it started, we were quite superficial, like what are the branches in the, or if I call that, or in terms of police, what are the divisions, for instance, what are the units who had SWAT, just superficial. But then we would have another round, much more intense. And then we started discussing separate things like support services alone. We started discussing crime intelligence alone, started discussing other matters alone, like Vispol and so on. So it went on and on as we moved on with the year up until this year. So we would have started in a superficial way, but as we went on with our work, we got to discuss things much more intense. And in this instance, we would go on to discuss, for instance, somewhere in November, the National Political Killing Stars team, like we would discuss other teams or other units much more than we had had at the beginning, beyond just mention. That's why in those meetings, we were then able to have opinions of our own as ministry to say, look, this is how we think or believe we should move forward with these particular teams, including the National Political Killing Stars team.
We're going to get to November 2024, and Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, also to link this to the evidence given by General Sabia, where he had mentioned that this had been discussed in November 2024. You will recall that he was challenged on that because it hadn't been mentioned previously, and that General Masemola, the National Commissioner, said that there was no discussions about the PKTT at all prior to the Minister's directive on the 31st. We had since inquired about this and asked for minutes of meetings. And I am going to refer the Minister in due course to bundle, no, not there, to volume 4, which is exhibit bundle 4, and you'll see there was a meeting on the 1st of November, and it's at pages 163 to 177. But we'll deal with it in a bit more detail shortly. That's the meeting, Minister, sorry, that you're referring to?
That's one of the meetings.
Yeah, there were 3 meetings in November. We asked for the minutes of those meetings. The only minutes which we actually received from the National Commissioner's office were the minutes of the 1st of November.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you can access the minutes of these other meetings.
Not yet.
It would be helpful if you could.
Yes, not yet, but we know we held a meeting again on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Quite a larger meeting, and we had a discussion on this. I made statements in that meeting, which are in the minutes of the first. But I know I made statements also in the other meeting. The National Commissioner made statements in both meetings as well.
So just before we get there, before your appointment at the end of June of 2024, or shortly after, did you have any knowledge of the existence of the task team? When I talk about task team, I'm talking about the NPKTT. Yeah.
Well, I did in a way, in the sense that I would have served in cabinet from 2019, and there would be reports in cabinet with the relevant or from the relevant minister, and there would be other discussions, related discussions. But as minister, I'm above average about issues affecting government, because we do meet as cabinet from time to time, where you listen to other colleagues making reports or doing reports in various platforms inside and outside cabinet. So you get to be aware of what's happening in that department, even if it's not necessarily a department that you are heading. And in that way, I was in a way knowledgeable in that sense about the existence of some units, even though I couldn't name all of them at that time, as it were.
But you would have been aware of a political killings task team, in fact, when you were Premier?
Yes.
Or shortly afterwards, you gave evidence at the Morani Commission.
Yes, I was aware.
And one of the recommendations from that Commission of Inquiry was that such a team be established.
I was aware even before I became Premier in 2013 of what police were doing with violence and aspects of violence in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I know, for instance, that there was a task team that was established in the province in 2014. I know there was another one that was established in 2016. And I know that there was then this one. By the time this one was appointed in 2018, I was at that time working at full-time at Lutula House, headquarters of the ANC, but I was aware of those developments. That was before I got appointed as minister in 2019 in the first place.
How long does it take?
Because the president made an announcement in the National Assembly, I think it's in May 2018.
Okay. It takes 2 years.
Here in this National Assembly.
So the intervention that was done by President Zuma.
The situation warranted
it never happened before.
A special task team to investigate these political murders in the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
So he gets promoted from
and they must investigate.
Okay, when he assumed the
bring the perpetrators to justice.
Of being the acting commissioner.
I don't know if you were present when that announcement was made here in the National Assembly, or you became aware of it.
He became a major general.
Yeah.
Well, I know that in 2019, the State of the Nation address, the president did make statements on the need for specialized units in subs to deal with what was happening at that time in the country, and that it was agreed that there would be those specialized task teams. Generally, and later I became aware that indeed the relevant minister did start processes of responding to the calls that were made at that time. So I know that there was a particular study that was gone into
is a civilian post,
in that year,
Major General,
2019,
General
to
is a
respond on the call
military.
that the president had made that
Okay.
there is now a need to have specialized
coming back to
task
the
teams,
response you provided to
specialized
Honorable-
units
Honorable
in
Brendan
subs
Mchunu,
to
who's gone
deal
now.
with various
You said
categories
that
of crimes in the
MKWANAZI,
country in a much more
MKWANAZI was
coordinated, much more
well-funded,
organized
or MKWANAZI
and
is well-funded
resourced manner.
profiling.
And that study was
So who is funding it?
indeed
And for
undertaken.
what purpose is it being funded?
But I know that
All I
when
know
it was completed,
is that, let's say, for instance, Chris said,
already
the one who said they don't give money to-
management
to
of police,
buy him
and I imagine with the minister
cows. The one
leading,
that he said is gonna donate
they were then entertaining ideas of saying, well, in 2018 we established another task team.
he said he's going to
We
give
now
money
have completed a
to
study
donate the money there.
that
let us look at
seeks
this.
to rise
Go on
above
TikTok,
various task teams,
go on
which,
Instagram,
in their view,
Twitter, everywhere. It's
were not
It's only
necessarily
one person. You'll
impactful
never
as
find
they
any
would
other
have wanted
provincial
them to
commissioner
be
doing
in terms of combating crime in the
throughout
country.
the country,
And they
because they are not
wanted to
supposed
take
do it. It's only him who can do it.
the response of government as far as this is
Now,
concerned to another level. Hence the study, hence then the decision to establish those specialized units in a coordinated way.
A particular
So,
individual, not necessarily the media house, but
were you
it's an
aware that
individual
this
who's
interministerial
actually behind
committee
him. Now, I'm
had
sitting
been
with a
appointed
situation where
or established by the president
if you check
to
on
coordinate this effort of
whether it's X,
addressing
whether it's,
the political killings in
AI-generated
KwaZulu-Natal, that interministerial committee being the minister of police then at the time, who would have been Minister Pele,
every day they'll
and,
take Senzo Mayweather, they'll take
the other ministers of intelligence,
a lot
State
of people,
Security
they'll take
Agency,
Masala, they'll take
Defense,
They'll take Louis Bambar, they'll talk
Justice
many
and
people.
Constitutional
Every day
Development.
I'm facing
Those
we're no longer
in
even able to
defense,
watch TV.
they in
We're no
that
longer able
cluster.
to watch. I like gospel songs.
Were you aware of
just try
that,
to
or
get to see
did
what
you
can
become
get,
aware of
you
that
come across
committee?
Your name, your face, everything.
Yes, I became aware
And just
that
to
there was
make
an
sure that my
interministerial
name
task
is so
team
messed up, so
that
much
was
so that
established
I am worthless.
as an
No,
intervention
I
by
cannot
the
be considered
president
for
in 2018,
anything anyway.
and
It's not
he
fair.
established that.
Now, Chair, just hold on, General.
What
Chair,
I then came to
I'm
know
wanted to raise
later
this matter with you.
is that
I made an observation.
the intervention, the political intervention by the president, especially after one incident or at the time of one of the incidents, in case that the president directed or commanded that there must be a mechanism to respond to the problem, and appointed the interministerial task team or interministerial committee who were tasked with that particular task of developing or establishing a mechanism to respond to the call at that time. And they then established a second tier, which was a steering committee, which I would imagine they established a third tier at an operational foundational level of people who would operate, and that was under a lieutenant general who was deputy national commissioner at that time. So the intervention that the president wanted to see and finally saw was a kind of a three-tier kind of intervention when it was completed and it started operating as it started, and then got to be known as the National Political Killings Task Team. So it referred to that kind of three-tier, each one clearly identified interministerial, and then the second tier being the steering, and then the operational one right on the ground of people who were operatives. So that was a complete mechanism that the president set up to deal with that incident of Mr. Makata, Mchunu, and other matters that got referred to them later, but it was in direct response to that particular incident, among others that had happened just before that one. And it was a concern to the president. That is what then happened, which would then be assessed or evaluated from time to time to look at impact and other aspects thereof.
Now, you mentioned that must one accept that you were briefed on this, on how the team was, or the unit, I think. Would you prefer to call it a unit?
I prefer to.
Would you prefer to call the task team a unit?
No. I actually must express a worry that when Major General Van Rooyen was called, I think, to the Madlanga Commission, and she was asked a specific question: is there a difference between a unit and a team, task team? She, to the best of my collection, said there's no difference. I got very worried because throughout the orientation and so on, up to when I was given leave, there's always been a clear distinction between a task team and a unit. And as a practice in subs, the units become part of the organogram. And that includes that unit that was Cattleman task team. I can't remember the exact term that they used, but that one was a unit, meaning it was part of the organogram. But this one, the political task team, has never been part of the organogram, including when we dealt with the organogram under my leadership after I got appointed, because under my leadership, what we did is we took the strategic plan and the annual plan, we started that, and we came together to say, what is the meaning of this in relation to this, the organizational structure, the current one of subs? And we reviewed that. We went to a thorough process of reviewing the organizational structure with a view to aligning it with the strategic plan of the department, following the imperatives of the 6th or 7th administration with its 3 priorities, with a thorough discussion.
When would that have been?
I may have dates here when we had there would be various dates, but all I know is that in May this year, there's been a signing off of the new organogram that we started discussing last year. And it took months before we could complete it and make it ready to go to negotiations. But it has been signed off this year. And so that kind of process that we went to.
So can I just help us understand, Minister? So what appears on an organogram is the word unit. No words like task teams are on the organogram.
There isn't.
And if a unit is called a task team, then what is the status of this task team if it doesn't appear on the organogram? Is it an unofficial unit? Is it a rogue unit? How would you describe
A unit.
Yes.
Yes, a unit would be deliberately established as part of the organogram for a particular purpose. But it would be, as I have observed up to now, it would be on a sustainable basis. In other words, it would be envisaged as a long-term kind of an arrangement. Some of these units have been there for quite a long time, and that has been the practice. But at the same time, task teams have been established from time to time at various levels. I suppose that even at a district level, a district commissioner would observe a particular problem in their area of jurisdiction, and they would say, we need a particular task team to deal with that particular problem, and of 3 people, of 4 people, and so on, and they would be allocated some resources and they would deal with it. At provincial level, they would do the same, establish a task team for a particular purpose with a specific time frame, specific allocation of resources, and it would be gone into. Once the mission has been accomplished, they would then withdraw members. Remember, when you establish a task team, you don't all of a sudden appoint people from outside. You pick up people from within that particular area as you choose, as they may be suitable in terms of their expertise for a particular purpose. And then you draft them in as part of that particular task team. And as soon as the mission has been accomplished, you then get them back so that they continue to play their role where they come from. You don't open up a gap on a permanent basis because you'll cause confusion. Say, for instance, in a province, if you suddenly see the need to establish 8 task teams for a particular reason, it would mean that you would need to call a number of people from the and who you wouldn't be able to replace for the duration of that particular. So that's why it is always necessary that once you are done with the mission, you withdraw people. They don't ask you where to go. They go back to where they are ordinarily appointed. So that has been the practice, well established in SAPS.
So can we accept then, from what you're saying, that a task team won't appear on organizational structure or what is called an organogram because it is appointed to perform a specific task. And in this case, the president appointed this interministerial committee to establish a task team to deal with political killings, specifically in KZN.
And he made that task team be chaired by the Minister of Police, who would then perform administrative duties of the interministerial committee in terms of agendas for meetings, discussion, and all of those as Minister of Police. And everybody was aware that this is a task team. In fact, throughout government, in my experience, outlined before, once you mention task team in the country, 2 things jump up in your mind. One is that you are going to pool a number of people with skills that are relevant for what needs to be done. Like in a disaster, you put up a task team. You pull up people that are going to be relevant in dealing with that particular task that has been identified in a particular area for that particular time. But it is always an element of a time frame. You don't establish a task team but on a permanent basis. If you do, it's rare. It would be peculiar, but ordinarily, a task team has a date of starting, date of ending, pool resources, you pull people back to where they belong. So this particular task team was established as such, as a task team. And this task would be evaluated from time to time and assessed whether it would still be needed as time went on, as it happened.
Okay.
That's the practice.
Yeah. So on what you are saying, Minister, so once this task, this job, same thing. You've got a job to do.
Yes.
You've got a job to do, and once your job is completed, thank you very much. The job is completed, and we don't need you anymore. So in this case, who would have determined or decided that the task has been performed and the team can now be disbanded?
Let me just make one example to respond to you. On the 2014 to 16 task team that was in KZN, it wasn't established by the president. It wasn't. It was internal to SAPS, and the minister would have started that one, possibly using his powers in terms of Section 207, 2, where his tasks are identified clearly. So he establishes that and picks up people from this and that unit, from that police station and so on. When it was time, when this one of 2018 got established, the way this one of 2014 to 16 was 2016 to 18, the way it was disestablished, when the discussions took off and matured of the National Political Task Team, people got informed that there is now a new direction and we're setting up a new one and so on. So there wouldn't have been a formal disbandment beyond telling people that we no longer have this one, we have this one. But as per whatever the minister would have directed, in this instance, the president intervened, and I call it political intervention, because before the president established the interministerial task team and directed them in a particular way, there was no such. There was no such. And then the interministerial task team gets to discuss and put together ideas. What form is it going to take? What is it going to do, and so on. And they put in all the ideas as they did. Still, ministers, and the chair is a minister. And it goes on with the work. What happened in the new administration, the 7th administration, there's no interministerial task team in this regard. There isn't. Minister of Police can't establish an interministerial task team. It can only be the president and cabinet. So you land in that situation. Okay, you start working, you continue working. And then at a particular time, considering a number of factors, which I will go into if you give me time, then you take a particular decision.
So before we come to a particular decision or the decision that you took, the evidence is not dissimilar or different to what you are narrating, that there was a task team in KZN 2016, 2017, 2018, established in wake of Morani, but matters had worsened. The situation had been aggravated by more killings. That at the disturbing level, the president then said, "I'm I'm going to appoint this interministerial committee to establish this task team, this political killings task team. So up until that point, there was a task team looking into political killings, but very much localized, made up of officers from KZN province. But it was then established that it wasn't that effective for various reasons. Officers from KZN, some would be bribed, some were corrupt, some are just scared because they come from the community. So it was established that this task team was ineffective, and then it was decided that they'll bring in officers from other parts of the country also to form this task team. I don't know if you're familiar with that as the narrative changes. So in 2018, the composition of this task team had now changed. You aware of that?
I'm quite aware of that because, as the name says or suggests, IMC, that is interministerial. They get brought together to work together and establish a mechanism in the way they did, as per their discussions, a mechanism, it was two-tiered. They pull in other officials from relevant departments.
Yeah, so
in the steering committee, and then thereafter
the interministerial committee formed of different ministers would then provide expertise, resources from various departments to form a multidisciplinary team.
Yes.
And it would also involve the working with the NPA, so it was directed by a prosecutor.
Yes, and police from outside KZN.
And this formed part of a presentation that was done to the interministerial task team. Are you aware of that? And General MKWANAZI was instrumental in making such a presentation. I think at the time, General Satoli was the national commissioner.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, he was. It was him at that time.
But are you aware of the presentation that was done? Were you aware of the role that General MKWANAZI played in the formation of this task team?
Yes, I'm aware. And I'm also aware of what other role players played, because it was not a one-man show. It was the interministerial task team giving a team of officials a task, which they came back to present to them. It was always a group of people.
In fact, if just for the record, Honorable Chair, honorable members, if I may refer you to bundle 3 of the exhibit bundle.
This one.
The exhibit bundle, yeah.
Yes.
You got it?
Yes.
Item 1.
Yes.
Item 1 of the exhibit bundle, EB1, pages 1 to 10.
So what page specifically?
And you'll see from page, you've got it, the Minister? Exhibit bundle 3.
That one. Yes.
Okay. You'll see at page 1, this is an information note. And the heading is Implementation Plan. Investigation of political related KwaZulu-Natal cases. KwaZulu-Natal from 1 July 2018 to 31 December 2018.
Yeah, I see that. That's page 2.
Okay. It is,
That's page 2 above.
and on page 10,
Okay.
you'll see at the bottom, it is dated 18 June 2018,
Yes, I see that.
and you'll see this plan was approved by then National Commissioner Sithole,
Yes, I see that.
and that looks like his signature, or is his signature. And you'll see that this note was compiled by Brigadier Khumalo.
Yes, above.
That's right at the bottom. And it's verified by Lieutenant General N.S. Mchunu.
Yes, I see that.
So they played quite a prominent role in that, and the information note. When did you first have sight of this note? Or is this the first time that you have sight of this note, or when we made it available to your lawyers? And it's also referenced in the, sorry, maybe I should have just confirmed this with you also. We did make available to you and your lawyers the MKWANAZI statement with the annexures that was before Madlanga, and the Masemola statement and annexures.
Yeah.
So you would have seen that. So this note, when was the first time you saw this note?
To see this note?
Yeah, that I've just referred you to.
No, I've just seen it.
So you hadn't seen it before?
This very one?
Yeah,
No.
Yes, the one that I've just made reference to. The one that was approved by by the National Commissioner on the 18th of June 2018.
Yes, I see it, and I've seen it before, not in this particular form, and not as a bundle, but just in parts of it, not strictly compiled like this. But I'm aware of the content of this. I've become aware of it before.
And
before I got this one.
Did you see it, or were you made aware of it as part of your orientation as the newly appointed minister?
Yes, as I indicated before, that as I familiarized myself, or got to familiarize myself with issues, I came across many documents on various aspects of subs, either distributed or I got them elsewhere, or brought to my attention elsewhere. So I've been aware of this, but not as compiled the way it is compiled, so, but different aspects thereof.
So this information note is very helpful in terms of giving us background why this team was established. You'll see that on page 1.
Yes.
And you'll see in the first paragraph under background that it was established by the President in May 2018. The Interministerial Committee consisting of Ministries of State Security, Justice and Correctional Services and Police. The committee is chaired by the Minister of Police and is tasked with ensuring that the perpetrators of these crimes are brought to book. The IMC met with the task team investigating these cases on 21 May 2018. And one of the preliminary observations was that this multidisciplinary task team was working in silos, and it does not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy that is aligned to overall government priorities contained in the National Development Plan of 2030, the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, the MTSF, and other key policy prescripts, i.e. creating safe and secure environment. Then the then acting provincial commissioner led the process of developing the strategy, which was tabled, and at the meeting of the IMC, the strategy and its implementation plan were provisionally approved by the National Commissioner. Then they deal with the current situation on page 2, on page 3, the operational approach and concepts. And then in paragraph 4, on page 4, composition of the operational teams. You'll see there it's quite senior, brigadiers and colonels. They're all senior positions, Minister. The cost at paragraph 5. So this plan is it will commence on the 1st of July 2018 to the 31st of December 2018. So that certainly appears to accord with your understanding. If this is a task team that's appointed for a limited period, and this was in terms of this particular plan, and the cost of deployment of 139 personnel over 6 months is estimated at just under 50 million rand. And the breakdown is provided for on page 5. Then under monitoring and evaluation on page 7, this is spelling out how they will work. And then at the bottom, or towards the bottom of page 7, you see that, Minister?
Yes.
Under recommendations, the implementation plans, plan for the strategy to investigate and prosecute perpetrators of political related cases to be approved, the project to be approved and funded from the national budget on the estimated total amount of 49,138,808 rand to be managed at Provincial Office KwaZulu-Natal. And it's signed off by Lieutenant General, Acting Provincial Commissioner, KwaZulu-Natal, N.S. Mchunu. You see that on the 18th of June. And it is on the following page, you'll also see that it's signed off also by then Deputy National Commissioner of Policing at the time, S.F. Masemola, who's the current National Commissioner, on the 18th of June. And he makes the following comment: cost center, costing different to other national ops, understood that the provincial, ops vehicle budget, something. But anyway, he doesn't disapprove. He supports the recommendation. It's also supported by one of the other deputy national commissioners of crime detection at the time. That's Lieutenant General Shumane, T-S-U-M-A-N-E, it is also approved by the then national head of the Hawks, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, Lieutenant General Labia, on the 18th of June, and also by one of the other Deputy National Commissioners, Asset and Legal Management, FN Vuma, Lieutenant General, on the 18th of June, and then finally signed off on the 18th of June by the then National Commissioner, General Sitoli. So my first question was, when did you first see this note? And I think your answer was, you must correct me if I'm wrong, was now when I've read it to you. But you somehow heard it in different forms or formats during this time when you were oriented as minister.
Yes, I'm saying I did come across this information before.
But you didn't see it in this particular format. This note that you've seen in front of you now.
Yeah, I'm saying I have come across this information before, but not necessarily compiled like this, but I've come across this particular note before.
So, now from this note, and this is for your comment, it appears to be a case that this was a political initiative made by the president. In his capacity as the president of the country, is addressing or trying to address an issue of grave concern to him and to all of us, that these political killings in KZN is unacceptable, is out of control, and needs to be addressed. And he forms this interministerial task team. But now this political initiative has to be implemented. So
yes.
It's given some meat. And what happens is that there's a presentation by Lieutenant General MKWANAZI, and it's spearheaded. The project leader is Khumalo, and they make a presentation which is approved, and it must now be implemented and it must be operationalized, if you don't mind that language. And it's budgeted for from the national budget. And it's approved by the head of legal and asset at the, so the task team is put into full operation. Now, who has the control and management of the task team? Is it the interministerial committee, or is it the national commissioner? Because this task team is now going to report to MKWANAZI and Khumalo, and ultimately the national commissioner. What is your understanding?
Now, the first understanding that I've had or developed throughout as I familiarized myself with this is that this is what the president envisaged when he made the decision to intervene in the situation in KZN, establish a mechanism, but he himself establishes an interministerial task team. Go and work. But this is what I want to see, so that we combat the problem. Then they go and have a discussion, and they give themselves tasks. And the key things is to establish structures. They establish a structure, two structures below them, managerial, the other one much more operational on the ground, and they do that. So it is multi-tier as it happened. So when you ask me who composed, it's all the people that were seen to be relevant, starting with ministers, relevant ministers, and then the next year, relevant people and departments, and the province. Hence, you see General MKWANAZI signing all of that because it's in KwaZulu-Natal. He's provincial commissioner. He lays the platform. He avails the platform where this mechanism will operate, and he needs to support, he needs to be active. And you would see that when you run the other units on illegal mining, for instance, when it happens in Northwest, you go there, the central person there would be the provincial commissioner, even though there are people above him, as is happening, because it's under this poll and so on. So you go there, all of you, but the person who provide the platforms, the provincial commissioner, and is involved. And so even though it's not a provincial kind of an instrument or structure, but because it is in that province, he gets recognized, he gets encouraged to play a role, a conducive role, an enabling role, so that all other players are able to move. And when they move out, they are able to say, we leave a person who's providing a platform actively, and in this instance is General MKWANAZI. And it works like that. And they therefore established it like this.
But Minister, didn't it work like this according to this plan? There was the initiative from the president, the formation of the establishment of the interministerial committee. Importantly, because you don't want to operate in silos anymore. You want to have a coordinated approach. So justice is involved, and the NPA is made available to assist, appoint a prosecutor dedicated to this task. So all of them are dedicated from various, whether it's from the State Security Agency to provide intelligence, defense to provide some or other assistance. All of them are there. That's why they form this team. But the team that now is established by MKWANAZI, led by Khumalo, they must now begin to operate. Surely they operate in accordance with the instructions of either MKWANAZI, Khumalo, or the National Commissioner, who at the time was Sithole. They don't operate according to the instructions of the Interministerial Committee. Well, how do you understand it? Because this is signed off, it's approved, the funding is approved. Or let me start with this question or proposition, that do you accept that this task team that was established certainly for this period from 1 July 2018 to 31 December 2018 conforms to the law? It's a lawfully established task team.
Yes.
In fact, approved by the Interministerial Committee.
Yes.
Of which the Minister of Police is
and functioning under their direction.
Let us understand that, because that seems to be your case, isn't it? We're going to get there when we debate the directive. Here we have a plan that's been set out, how it's going to be monitored and evaluated and implemented. But on the ground and how they operate, those instructions are given, as I mentioned, according to this plan by MKWANAZI or Khumalo or by the National Commissioner, surely not by any of the ministers. Do you accept that?
No, look, Chair, when the president intervenes, as he did at that time, he thereafter, once he had directed, as part of his directive, the group of ministers to develop a mechanism, there's no way you can divorce him and say he can now go to London and have a holiday. That was not the case. He had expectations that things would roll out the way he had envisaged. So he becomes and stays part of it, but not operational. But that is his intervention. Then he leaves the interministerial task team. Then they work. Now he's not part of them. He's not minister. He's not with them. He is sitting in his office doing other things. They come and bring reports, but they are working there. Now, you're not going to say they are separate from his command to a point where he has nothing to do with that. Now, what do the interministerial do? They discuss how do we roll out the mechanism as instructed by the president. They then say the best way of doing this, get prosecution, get skills in terms of detectives, get people from outside. They discuss actively. Once they agree.
In fact, Minister, just to interpose, in fairness
Yes.
to you, the presentation that was initially made by the then acting provincial commissioner of KZN, that did have the effect of persuading the interministerial committee that approach at the time was not the right approach. And it wasn't producing the desired results. So they were instrumental in saying no, and this new multidisciplinary approach should that's fair comment, I think.
Yes. So once the interministerial committee have conceptualized this thing, of course, discussing with everybody at officials level, in other words, officers, they then leave. They say, you do as discussed, this is the resolution and so on. And they start implementing. The people who implement are not necessarily the politicians, but they establish, they direct, they give directives to say, this is how it should happen. And these ones operationalize it, and they become, they bring it into this, they manage it. In other words, it becomes managerial when it gets to implementation, but you can't divorce. As I talked, I spoke about 3 tiers, and maybe even 4 tiers if you count the president. And so managerially, they then implement as you see them. So this is at management level. Even them, General Khumalo, General MKWANAZI, would leave certain people, either groups of them coordinated at a particular level. They wouldn't run around with every task of the task team. They wouldn't, for instance, be involved personally on all the investigations, on all the collective collection, on the arrests and so on. They are managing, but there are those who run the actual errands. That is another tier of people. So that's my understanding.
Now, what did happen, and this is the uncontested evidence that thus far, is that this task team, its life was extended, because the one that I read to you, this terminated on the 31st of December 2018. But we know it continued to operate. We know that from former Minister Cele, who's coming to testify here. We know that from the National Commissioner Masimola, who at the time was the Deputy National Commissioner. We know that from Lieutenant General MKWANAZI. So it was extended from time to time. And in that period from 2018 up until now, up until November, December 2023, the task team reported to the Interministerial Committee. I think it was twice a year. They had briefings, and then the Minister of Police, who's the sort of chairperson of this Interministerial Committee, would have media briefings to say, this is what the task team is doing. These are so many cases that have been resolved, and so on. And an example of this you'll find, it's also in bundle 3. What pages are they? 20. It's EB3. EB3, starting at page 15, and you'll see, for example, at 18, there's a media briefing, 21 May 2018, 3 August 2018. You see it there, Minister? 3 August 2018, there's a media briefing, hashtag Police Ministry, hashtag Media Alert, Police Minister, hashtag Becky Kelly, to give an update on progress thus far on political killings in the province of KZN, 3 August at 11:30. Then there's another one on the 13th of September 2018, again where former Minister Kele featuring prominently, March 2018 on page 23. That's 2019, 28 March 2019, then June 2021, and this appears to be the last one, 6 September 23, and certainly the last time that Minister Kele was Minister of Police. And you'll read from, if you're there, Minister, 6 September 2023, media advisory issued by the Police Ministry. The Interministerial Committee looking into political killings in KwaZulu-Natal will on Wednesday, 6 September 2023, update the media on the latest successes of the team tasked with investigating politically related violence in the province. This briefing follows a meeting of the Interministerial Committee consisting of Ministers of State Security, Defence, Justice and Correctional Services, and is chaired by the Minister of Police, General Becky Kele. Members invited to attend. That apparently was the last, and apparently that was the last briefing, and the President was also in attendance at that media briefing. It was apparently at the airport. So that's how it worked. This team was established and it was extended from time to time, from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, until 2023, and more recently, is it that one? It's attached to your statement. it's SM31 at volume 1. SM31 at page 235. This is an information note. It's a request for financial authority for 2024-2025 National Task Team investigating politically related cases in KwaZulu-Natal, and it and on page 238 you'll see it's approved. Request for financial authority is approved for 20 million rand, and there's a note by the National Commissioner, provisional whilst the finalization of allocation for, what is that word? For is processed, task team, something beyond elections, so long as there is work to be done, cannot be localized. Anyway, so it is an approval, we know, until I think 26 March or 31 March 2025. Sorry. Yeah. So that request was approved by the National Commissioner, and you'll see there's comments on at page 237 by the Lieutenant General, Divisional Commissioner of Financial Management and Administration, Lieutenant General Dempani, on the 12th of April 24. So yes, you'll see on page 237 at the top that it's recommended by the project manager, Lieutenant General Kumalo. He says that the estimated budget is for 94 million. Somewhat be approved and funded. Alternatively, he says, whilst the final budget allocation is being considered for 2024-25, a 2 months portion, 15,810,000, be approved. And it is supported by Lieutenant General, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, Sabia, on the 26th of March. And there's some comments also by Lieutenant General Dempani, and then eventually the National Commissioner approves it on the 16th of April for 20 million rand. So up until as we speak, the approvals had been given for this task team to stay in operation until next year. Approvals are given in the same way it has been since 2018, 2019. So do you accept the lawfulness of the establishment of this task team?
Yes, the lawful establishment, yes, I accept. But I need to explain one thing. What you have just referred to.
I know, to be fair, I know you're not a lawyer, and these things may be open to interpretation. So just be careful when you agree with me, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. But this team was established and maintained above board from 2018 through now to maybe the next cycle, next year, March 26, and we'll see whether its life is further extended. But the monies were approved, presumably in terms of the PFMA, everything seems to be above board.
Firstly, you would see in the note that you've just presented as part of the process, that there was a note that say that the needs after the allocation that was processed of 20 million, there needs to be a work study. I'm sure you see that from the CFO. But there's a difference between an approval for funding and an approval for extension, in terms of because if you start right from July, it's clear that it was for 6 months. The task team was established for 6 months, after which there was a review or an evaluation to say, this is how we've performed in the last 6 months. And there is a need then to extend, which would be approved by National Commissioner and the Minister. And these extensions were done up to 2022. That is the second part, the second aspect. So the approvals for funding are one thing. The approval for the extension and further existence is a different matter. That is my determination, or that's what I've come to understand.
Sorry, Minister, I'm just being...
That's why Senior Council, you'd see in 2019.
No, I'm just looking at because I couldn't make out the handwritten note from Lieutenant General Dempani, the CFO, isn't it? The CFO.
Yes.
At page 67, also to volume 1, there where this note also appears.
Yes.
Lieutenant General, Divisional Commissioner of Financial Management and Administration, Depani, approved a significantly reduced budget compared to that initially requested for the financial year, and in so doing stated the following: considering the 11% reduction on the operational budget of the organization, the following are recommended: an amount of 20 million to be approved for the 2024-25 financial year. Post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for the last 5 years. Which component to be tasked to urgently conduct work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN. But it appears that recommendation by Lieutenant General Dempani was never accepted by the National Commissioner. Because the National Commissioner, as you see from page 238, then approves funding for 20 million.
That is one matter, but I am arguing before the ad hoc committee that there was an extension. There were extensions 6 months after the establishment, 12 months after the establishment, and it continued up to 2022, with the National Commissioner approving, with the Minister approving, up to 2022, signing and getting presentations in terms of assessing the further need for the task team. When you see the CFO saying, I will not approve 94 million, there's a problem, and then recommends disestablishment and a work study. That is what would have met the prescripts of the PFMA. That you go for a work study beyond a particular period. You go for a work study, you produce results, you make a presentation, and then so that you approve the budget. It's not budgetary approval without a proper assessment of the need presented, among others, to the minister, so that you continue in the form that it had been intended to. But I know what happened, how the gap got brought in. When General Stoller left in 2022, which was the last time that the approval of 2022, or the approval that I'm talking about, came, which had been the practice before, there was no proper handover between the then National Commissioner and the new National Commissioner, which is General Masimolo. There was a gap. I know that the gap was caused by the fact that when General Stoller left, he was then required to hand over to the minister because the general was not there, had not been appointed. And General Stoller had an objection saying that he has to hand over to another national commissioner, can't hand over to the minister. And then there was a break, there was a gap. After that, what has been happening is the approval of finances, not, in other words, approval for funding, which is different from further approval for the existence of the political killings task team as per its objective, where you sit and assess the need as per the original objective. But the second point is that as early as 2019, the specialized units had been established. And the reason why there was an extended need for the existence of the task team beyond 2019, it was because the task teams, the specialized units that had been envisaged to replace the task team were still in formation. In other words, they were still being established. Now, the view or the vision was that once you will have all these specialized task teams fully functional, you would then cease to have the political killings task team, which itself was a kind of a silo, because it pulled different people from elsewhere, put them together elsewhere, and they were dealing with one province in isolation of other provinces where otherwise matters were taking place. Now, you then needed to approve every year so that you justify the existence of the political task team, which would then form the basis of your approval for funding. That's where my argument is. I differentiate between the approval for funding and an approval for the further existence of the political task team. So what we are talking about was the approval for funding without a necessary assessment for further existence, in line with the original objectives of the task team. And I'm adding another one. I'm adding that you now had a different scenario where you had units, specialized units, but which were still in formation. Now, by the time General Masemola approves, as he has done this year, he is doing that over and above the study that got approved in 2019, which has the political killings task team already as a subunit and other specialized task team, including taxi violence and so on. And this is a structure that we approved in November last year, because we looked at that work study of 2019, which had been approved and signed off. And we say here, you have what is ideal. Now, remember, by the time we approve the structure, we have the imperatives of the 7th administration, which, among others, say you need to make people of South Africa, all of them, feel safe. Not some people somewhere. Not a certain grouping of people called public representatives or councillors or those who are political. You now have a new direction, a new political imperative that say protect all the people of South Africa, make them feel safe. And in fact, it is in line with the Constitution of the Republic. The Constitution of the Republic doesn't allow you to protect some and not others. It doesn't. So when we looked at that, that is when I wrote the directive. I took into consideration, I'm still going to go to the reasons, but I'm just picking up that you had to, you can't freeze people. You now have a new structure that caters for the needs, for the need of the, or further need of the political killings task team. You are establishing those specialized units, and you have actually gone to establish others, and that you are on your way going forward. But then you still approve the existence. Now, what are you finding? You are going to find that those people who are in the murder and robbery unit that was approved in 2019, approved again when we did the structure in 2024, they are going to sit and not do their work because the political killings task team is there, and or it's them who are not going to do work. That's what you're finding in Gauteng, for instance. They have these units in terms of the new structure. Serious and violent crimes, and you have organized crime. And if you establish a political killings task team in Gauteng, it means you are putting them over and above organized crime unit, over and above organized crime, serious and violent crimes unit. There are two units that are now existing. Then you put, so what you are going to do with your fund, you are going to pull people into the political killings task team, and those who remain in these two units, they are not going to do anything. But you are going to be piling people with an undefined kind of situation. And you're not going to be effective on the ground. There's just no way you are going to be effective on the ground, because you are piling people for the same task. Now, I'm then explaining two processes that are separate. You create the political killings task team for a particular objective. You assess it in 6 months. You then sign to extend it up to 2022. And you don't do it after 2022. But all you do, you approve funding for that. And from where I sit, you don't meet the prescripts of the PFMA. And therefore, if you're called by SCOP, if I'm called by SCOP to say, how do you justify what you were funding beyond 2022, we will not have an answer. Because what the motivations that you were getting, they were motivations for money. They were not motivations based on proper assessment for the need to, because if you did the need for further existence, you would have found that the structure has since been reviewed in the form of specialized units, which was not there when the task team was established in 2018. That's my argument.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Chair, shall we take the lunch adjournment at this point? And we can debate this issue further.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, and thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I'm giving you a break of 1 hour. We will return at 14 hours.
this
who's
interministerial
actually behind
committee
him. Now, I'm
had
sitting
been
with a
appointed
situation where
Administration of the separate entities mentioned in the attached work study report. The completed SAPS 495 documents can be sent to marais@saps.gov.za for further handling. The report was presented at the Board of Commissioners and presented to the SSBC. Job evaluation in support of the levels and command structures should be completed. Implementation of these functions will be done in a phased approach, where units will be capacitated on a yearly basis as posts become available. It is important to note that units that are established will be evaluated for the correct determination of the post structures, as the current structural approval is for an enabling establishment. The first units to be evaluated to determine the criteria as well as ideal post establishment will be the anti-gang units in the Western and Eastern Cape, as the units have been functioning already on the approval date of the report. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Senator Council.
So where does it doesn't refer to task teams. It doesn't refer to task teams. It just refers to the establishment of these two units. It says the first units to be evaluated to determine the criteria as well as the ideal post-establishments will be the anti-gang units in the Western and Eastern Cape.
No,
It doesn't talk about units. It doesn't also say that these units will be phased out or disestablished.
No, they were referring to what had happened by that time in provinces, and they make examples on those two provinces. But if you look at 35, 36, from 35 to 36 of my statement, page 16, the work study reportedly effectively disestablished the NPKTT and established a single murder and robbery unit that would effectively carry out various functions of the different task teams under one umbrella. According to the implementation letter, the implementation of the functions covered in the work study report was to be done in the phased approach. That is on page 16. It goes on to say the only specialized units that became operative upon, they were making an assessment at that time. And then they said 37, for all intents and purposes, NPKTT was disbanded once the work study report was signed by General Stoller, since the murder and robbery was not yet operational. They continued operation and so on. So that is the whole conversation that I was referring to. That so in practice, Senior Counsel, when they established with their right hand these specialized units, they defined the tasks because they are specialized units, and infused that into the new structure. And then in their mind, it would gradually replace, because you can't have them. You can't have both of them and be accountable in terms of public funds. You can't establish new units, but then you keep NPKTT. And that doesn't mean that NKP and National Political Killings Task Team was no longer working or was not effective. It just meant that they knew that this is temporary. They knew they needed something sustainable that will take to the future. They knew that you needed something that will cover the whole of the Republic of South Africa, not just KwaZulu-Natal. That's the central argument in the new setup that they were talking about.
So what you're saying, although it's not expressly mentioned in that communication, that is implicit in the plan or understood in the plan, that as you establish these new specialist units, the others...
Not even in my head, but it's written down that it would be... There would be a phase in. And the reason why they kept on signing extensions, it was because the process of establishing the units into their fully fledged position took some time. That's why they extended the team. Now,
I'm going to invite you to, because this is an I think it's called an implementation letter, which you've attached at 91, 92, and refers to the work study of 14 June 2019, which was approved by Lieutenant General Sitoli on the 26th of June 2019, right? Now that plan has been copied to us by your lawyers. It actually is an annexure to, I think, one of the. So we will, Honourable Chair, honourable members, make this available and put it on the exhibit, in the exhibit bundle. So I don't know if you have it because I think for completeness, it is important to look at the actual work study. And if you look at what, and I'm reading to you from the work study itself. This is the assignment given to it's got a specific focus on gangs and gangsterism. The history and the background, I'm reading from paragraph 4.1 of the work plan. The problem of gangs and gangsterism continues to plague the South African landscape as it continues to manifest in shootings, prison riots, intimidation, killings, and organized crime. Gangsters are becoming career criminals, forming part of organized syndicates and establishing a criminal economy in the communities. Then it talks about the prevalence of gang-related incidents across all provinces, but most pronounced in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. Gangsterism is therefore a serious national problem that is not limited to the Western Cape only. Existing police practices, mostly conventional in nature, have failed to effectively address the gang-related situation. Hence, the National Commissioner's directive to establish anti-gang units in the above-mentioned provinces. That is what this assignment is. And the findings at paragraph 5.1, the nature of gang-related crimes as well as the exposure to constant corruption inducement and the danger to the lives of members within the units and other families necessitated the need for an organized placement that will support the diverse nature of their functions. The placement should ensure the anonymity of the personnel and bring the functioning of this unit to a level outside of existing SAPS culture.
Yes, one thing that could have helped Senior Council is to, as I requested, to put on display the organizational structure so that you can see these units in the structure that was agreed on.
Well, the more recent one is the one you showed me earlier. Bundle 4. It's in exhibit bundle 4 at page 178.
So
it's up on at your request.
Yes, I didn't know that I'm putting myself at a disadvantage because I don't have it in front of me to a point where even this one of mine is very small. I don't have to see this. I need somebody to come and that's not. I need the one signed in 2020 May 2025 that shows I don't know whether it is this one. It is not the one that is displayed now. It is one on approved structure, division, detective service. I don't know whether they have that. That's where these units are. At least I can see what I'm talking about, what I wanted. Do you find it?
So
Yes.
is that on view
Yes.
180, page 180?
Yes. Now, if you look at these boxes from the left to the right, you count 1, you count 2, you then come to box number 3. It will show serious and violent crimes, giving effect to the study. And then we also spoke about it and agreed that it would be the new structure going forward in the whole of the 7th administration, serious and violent crimes. If you look at that, the section head, murder and robbery. If you look below that, stock theft, because it's a hazard and a problem. People are complaining about it on the ground all the time, and we need to strengthen and oil that. And then you have vehicle theft, and then taxi violence. And then you move to the next box, which is organized crime. You have a section head, you have economic, you have extortion, you have narcotics, you have transnational, you have anti-gang that you were speaking about. Now, in a more elaborate one, murder and robbery is understood to include political killings. There should be a small box there indicating political killings belong to
Sorry,
serious.
Minister, just to be
Okay.
to be fair to you, just to point out, this is dated the 15th of May 2025,
Yes.
and is it's an organizational structure for the detective services.
This is the one Senior Council.
2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030.
This is the one Senior Council that National Commissioner
Does
said.
2019 work study speak to this structure?
Yes, it could have been implemented long ago, actually, but there was a delay until we then, in 2024, looking at the imperatives of the new administration, we then get to be told that, no, look, this thing was done at some point. What ministry is demanding now is something that was done before. It's just that implementation didn't go according to plan, Sarah. And then, if you like, it was a revival, what we agreed on last year.
So is your point, firstly, that political killings,
is part of serious and violent crimes.
so it's integrated into serious and under
Yes.
this heading?
Yes, because serious and violent crimes, in actual fact, as you see below section head, it said murder and robbery. That is where political killings are put in terms of the work study and in terms of the newly adopted structure. So once you have that, you have a structure that is streamlined. What you fund something that is streamlined, but not for one province. And you fund it for all the provinces, but most particularly the 4 provinces that are leading in murder in the country, which is Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. Now, you can't cover all of these, just those 4. You can't cover them with the current National Political Killings Task Team. You can't do it. You need a structure like this to cover all provinces, especially the 4. And then, it's not just the 4 that are going to have this. It's all provinces. You may differ in sizes because other provinces are small and they are less problematic on this. But you will see, I don't know, the crime stats that are going to come. We are most likely to see the 4 provinces leading including in murder. Now, when we come to Parliament, to the Portfolio Committee, every meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we are under a tremendous pressure from members of Parliament who are in the Portfolio Committee to say, deliver the number of killings, and the Constitution doesn't say political killings that you should be concerned about, but I accept that at the time it was necessary for the president and for government to focus on what seemed to be a precipitating issue or a pressure point. And then it got done, just like you had in the Northwest, the mining problems. So you did some concentration there. But going forward with the taxpayers' money, you've got to cover all the citizens of the country in all provinces. And therefore, the structure talks to that in a specialized way. The only thing that needs to be done is implementation and strengthening. But to strengthen, you need money. Now, you can't get that money from Treasury all of a sudden. You need to look within your resources. You will see that this structure, as an example of our efforts, it no longer have the inspectorate. There was something called police inspectorate. Now, when we engaged, management said, what do? They gave us what they do and so on. Now, we realized that they are in uniform, they have boots, and we said, no, let them come out of offices, let them go to the street. The task of the inspectorate will be done by, they will have to plan how that task is taken over. But what you need now is personnel. What you need is specialization. What you need is money so that these people can work, all of them. That is what the structure is trying to address, the imperatives of the seventh administration.
So does that also conform to your explanation that even though the money was approved, it doesn't necessarily mean that the task team continued to be in existence?
The challenge that we have, Senior Council, at the moment is that if you look at money that is allocated to National Political Task Team, and you look at their work, fine. They are working, they are doing work. But the percentage, first I must talk to categories of murders in the country. There are 4 categories of murder. You have organized murders or assassinations, you have taxi, you have political killings, you have personal killings. This according to the Global Initiative study that was released in April this year. And you can't beat it, it's factual. It gives you high percentages for organized crimes. It's about 35%. And the other one for taxi violence is 34%. And then political killings is about 24% and 7% for personal. Now, if you are Minister of Police, you are made to preside currently over 120 billion rand. You've got to think about the most effective way of distributing and using resources. Now, if you keep on funding one unit somewhere in one corner of the country, even if they do well, they are not going to deal with criminality in the Cape Flats. Our consciences are going to be washed on an hourly basis. As I will get to that when I get to reasons why I took the decision to disband the political killings task team. Because every time there's a death in the Cape Flats, you are asked, what are you doing about it? You can't say, I have the political killings task team, which is operating in one corner, and killings are happening also in another corner and other corners. And so what we are trying to address is to be even-handed throughout the country, effective and impactful. But I'll go on to explain other things. I just need to take the opportunity to explain that over and above this, when we dealt with the structure, we said in our assessment, SAPS doesn't have a sharp and good capacity on the combative side. In other words, you have policy, uniform all over, but criminals out there are getting organized, they are getting armed, and they are dangerous. You now have to increase capacity of SAPS in that regard to confront them. The fact that we don't have, this is why Cape Flats is so stubborn, continuing, is because we don't have the machinery to face them, those who are carrying guns in the Cape Flats. So we're going to come to Western Cape every time and make excuses that no, we're trying. I mean, something like 400 people die here in the Western Cape in 4 months, 3 months. And what do we do when we're confronted by the portfolio committee? We say we note. We say we note, we're trying. But in reality, when you go to sleep alone as Minister of Police, your conscience doesn't give you peace because you are aware that you are not doing much on the ground where you are required to do something. That is why we then created a new division in the organogram, which is called Operations Response Services. It's a new division. They have to appoint a new divisional commission who will be responsible for the units, just the units, in the manner that is demanded on the ground. We can't keep on saying Enanda is a problem, as if it was as if God, when he created the world, he said, people in Nanda must die and they must die permanently. In the south of Johannesburg, El Dorado Park, Rivali, people must die on a permanent basis. Cape Flats must. That is not God's plan. And it is not in keeping with the Constitution of the Republic. And if you are given a task to be Minister of Police, you've got to be anxious and keen to end that. It must worry. That's why I convened a meeting on the 22nd of November of the National Commissioner, his deputies and provincial commissioners, and said to them, once the watch ticks 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the morning, I lose my sleep because of the increasing number of people, the rate of murder in the country, because of drugs, and because of proliferation of firearms. That's why the meeting was convened, and that's what I said. Well, I listened to General MKWANAZI when he was talking about that meeting at Given Screw, and I have respect for him, even when I don't agree with what he said. He said the only thing he picked up there was Advocate Piccoli, my special advisor, lecturing to them something about the role. And he didn't say, I said, I no longer sleep well because of this, and they must go and design and do something about what was in the main worrying me as Minister of Police. And I said these things. Now, I'm then saying these are the things that we did in this organogram to face up to the actual challenges of what is happening in the ground. You need to have TRT here. Even if you take them from Mpumalanga, you reduce them. Maybe for 6 months, you must bring them here. A national intervention unit, bring them here, such that they are able to deal with criminality here, which must not be permanent. It's unacceptable that 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds, they must die every day without any response from us nationally. And this is what we're trying to address with the structure. And as I say, that structure, that's the work study giving rise to the structure then, which has given rise to the structure that we've just adopted, is designed to actually confront what is happening on the ground, currently, including in the Eastern Cape and here. That's my argument. You may feel good about the National Political Killings Task Team. It has done work. It's fine. But you can't keep on relegating the majority of people in South Africa and focus on councillors and amakhosi. Not because they must die, but you are saying what morality, what ethics. I'll come to that at the end. Thank you.
So thank you, Minister. So all that, what you're saying comes down to this, that the organizational plan that was adopted in 2019 already, that plan involves the disbanding of the political killings task team.
It's inevitable, even if it's not said by the word of mouth, for you to see that this is what it meant.
Yeah, because can I just read to you what this plan says and what it says it means? It says under organizational placement, National Detective Service, all specialized capacities, there are 4 major changes proposed in this review of the structures of the Detective Service. Current approved national structure is attached for your convenience. That's that one that you know. There's a subsequent one which I'll also refer to. The first and foremost addition is the addition of murder and robbery, inclusive of taxi violence, as a section under the head-specific crime investigation. Secondly, after careful consideration, it was found that the title of head-specific crime investigation should be changed. The change from specific crime investigation was proposed to become serious and violent crime. Looking at the sections that will be placed under the head of serious violent crime will consist of the following: murder and robbery, including taxi violence, stock theft and endangered species investigation, existing units, vehicle crime investigation, existing units, and national investigation and cold case unit, including tracking teams. The third change would entail the placement of a cold case investigation capacity as part of the National Investigation Unit, changing the name to National Investigation and Cold Case Unit. And yeah, so that's I'm just reading from the document. Now, nothing is mentioned of the political killings task team, or even political killings generically across the country.
In my submission on page 18,
Yeah.
in my statement, 17 and 18, but look at 18 in particular. There is political matter team. It's added there, which I said would be part of murder and robbery in terms of your structure. It is said there, page 18.
This is not a reference to the 2019. This is not a reference to the 2019 work study.
Yes,
This is a reference to the.
It starts from page
from
15.
SB.
Yeah.
Volunteer. Sorry. That's a reference to SM2, which is on Honorable Chair, Honorable members, SM2, which is on page 93.
Yeah. In my statement, if
Yes, that's a reference, but and what you, or maybe just confirm it, what you refer to is what is on page 103. Look at page 103. Yeah. Page 103, there's reference here to political murders team. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm relying on my statement more than on any other document. In my statement on page 16 up there, it says on number 34, on 14 November 2019, Major General Nzima. Then you read on, you go to 17, you read on, you go to 18. That's where you'll find political matter team included.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't agree, Minister, that that's what it means or that's what it says. Just look at, if I don't mind, can you look at page 103? Because
Page
this is also
of which document?
Sorry.
My statement.
To your statement, yeah. It's Annexure SB2.
Okay.
SM2, sorry. SM2.
This one.
Which starts at 93.
Page 93.
Yeah. It's in volume.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you can go to you'll see on SM2 at page 93, evaluation of the implementation of approved work study investigation for the establishment and review of resources for specialized investigation capacities, detective service. This is the other work study of get his designation now, Colonel Marais' work study. So he says at the top of page 103, the task teams that are monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting.
Are you on page 93, Senior Counsel?
Sorry?
Are you on page
103?
Okay.
The annexure starts at page 93.
Yeah, I see.
But the page I'm reading from is 103.
What paragraph from above?
Right at the top, the first line.
Okay. Okay.
The task teams that are not monitored.
Doesn't say so.
Are you on page 103, volume
Page
1?
103. I thought you were saying page 93.
No, it starts at 93.
So you are now on 103.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honourable Chair, honourable
I'll
members.
go with you.
Good morning,
so
Minister.
This side.
And this
again,
is what
thank
it
you
says.
for,
the task team that are not monitored. The task team that are not monitored
Yes, I see that now.
run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. Then it mentions the foreign vehicle task team, the multiple trio task team, essential infrastructure task team, kidnapping and ransom teams, extortion teams, counterintelligence task team, anti-gang task team, cash in transit and ATM bombing, political murders team, multidisciplinary task team, which may also be a reference to the political killings task team, knockout team, narcotics task team, provincial tracing team, and the illegal mining task team. So that is a criticism of all these task teams.
What they are saying there is that when you go to the provinces at that time, you find these are all that you find, all these task teams. This is what you find. This is what they sought to improve. That's why they say, among other things, there's where they talk about ferocious, what, and they say there's duplication and overlap which they seek to resolve.
So can you explain?
Because this is the evaluation at that time,
Can you explain,
and this is the outcome.
Honorable Minister, why of assuming because it's not specifically mentioned here that this is a reference to the political killings task team. Why is the political killings task team singled out from a number of other specialist teams that are criticized for the same reason, that they run rampant, that they don't account for their money? They are taken from various stations.
Because they are not, in terms of the evaluation, they are not as coordinated as they should be. And they write down that they run rampant and so on. In other words, as part of what they need to correct. It was self-criticism.
Now, I mean, we've had this discussion for quite a few minutes now, and I'm not sure that all of us understand or are clear about what you are saying, and I obviously say this with due respect. So my question is this: where was this discussed with the people who could or do understand what you would be referring to? Did you get into a room where this was discussed? Was Lieutenant General Khumalo present? Was Lieutenant General MKWANAZI present, speaking for the political killings task team, and some other senior officers talking about other specialist task team, narcotics, illegal mining? Maybe they could have made out a case and said, please, don't disband me. Don't reintegrate me as this plan suggests or proposes. Don't reintegrate me into murder and robbery, because we're doing well. Here are our statistics. We're effective.
The process started in 2019. I was not there. All right. They then say, this is the work study.
Okay.
You now have to implement it, and so on and so on. When I come during my time, this is last year, everybody is there. We're discussing the structure, the new organizational structure. Building on this evaluation, among other things, and so on. So we're now in 2024. Everybody is there up to the signing in May this year. Nobody was not there. Nobody was not there. Everybody was there. Nobody, for instance, said, when we were looking at the organizational structure for the 7th administration, nobody said, I'm raising my hand, feature in the new organogram the political killings task team and make it a unit everywhere. It didn't happen. That's why you don't see it in the signed organizational structure in May this year. It's because it's a team, it's not a unit, and there was no one who said include it or integrate, because if they had said so, then it would have been pointed out that it is already integrated. The work of political killings is already integrated, not only for KZN, but all over the country, because the structure caters for everybody in the country.
So, but Minister, please look at page 112 of the same annexure and 113. And if you look at towards the bottom of page 112, these are recommendations. It is recommended. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
112.
It is recommended that this investigation be disseminated to all provincial commissioners, after completion of comments and signatures. Proper planning and implementation be done, criteria be developed, and just fast forward to page 113. At paragraph, I think it's 8.10. 8.10, it's the printing is not so clear.
Yeah.
Can you make it 8.10? Current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So, assuming you are correct in your reading and your analysis that this plan, the 2019, both the 2019 and the 2024, which appear to be similar, assuming that your interpretation is correct, that it involves or it means the phasing out of the political killing task team. This still says that the current task teams, which would include the political task team, be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, this document is not the final word. This is a recommendation, and an impact analysis and feasibility study must still be done to see whether or to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. In other words, if it's true that some of these units, like, task teams, like it's been suggested by someone like Mary Dahas to say they run rampant, they abusing state and taxpayers' money, and they're not held accountable, and so on. Once a feasibility study is done and that is determined, and it's justified for that team now to be disbanded, then that can happen. But clearly, we must agree that didn't happen in this case.
Yes, I did earlier on explain, as I'm doing now, that a year after the establishment of the National Political Task Team, they then started the process. This was the beginning of the process. They were analyzing what's happening at that time. And they were building a study that would be approved at a later stage. They were in the early stages, in other words, but already a year later, after the establishment, they were busy at work, but not yet having successfully created these structures. That's the thing. The specialist units were being established, they were being fused in, and so on. So these were early stages, Senior Counsel. It was going to be some time before you could say, we now no longer need the political killings task team. This was not the time. It was merely a recognition, a concept, but they had already begun to say, you need specialized teams or specialized units. So, and they were beginning to envisage how it will look like. Now, building on that ourselves, because this thing got approved, it could have been implemented even long before we arrived. And so we say, let's review the structure to suit the imperatives of the 7th administration.
So is your, sorry to cut you, but are you saying that this was already approved by the time you assumed the position of Minister of Police, but there was a failure or
implementation was slow. Was slow. It had not reached the level where you could then do away or disband the National Political Killings Task Team. That's why they extended its life up to 2022 via motivations, via presentations, and then the National Commissioner and the Minister sign that we extend the existence of the National Political Task Team, which will then extend or provide finance or funding. So these two things needed to go parallel together in order to meet the obligations of the PFMA, so that you don't fund a structure outside the organogram perpetual without accounting properly for it in terms of the objective for which it was created right from 2018. And you needed to act responsibly now and say, by the way, what are the imperatives of the new administration? What do we have? What do we need to improve? What do we need to change? Which has happened. And in our discussions, we find that some of these things that we're discussing had already happened in terms of decision and thinking. Let me make an example. The ORS, the Operations and Response Service, we were told it once existed at some point, but then they did away with it. They said, no, we no longer need the Operations and Response Team. So where is it now? All these units, Task Force, Task Unit, National Intervention Unit, RTI, and POP, where are they? They are under VISPOL. And VISPOL takes 53% of the budget of SAPS, but it is one branch under one divisional commissioner. Operationally, it's impossible. You have your border there, you have, it's impossible for one divisional commissioner to be able to take effective command of all these units, yet they are there. They are a potential capacity for SAPS to combat crime, including those crimes that are being performed by or done by hardened criminals and cartels. Criminal cartels and
Gospel must catch Matlana.
Pardon?
Now you say, you're suggesting Vispol, they take up 53% of the budget?
Yes, they take, Vispol alone, take 53% of the total budget of SAPS. And yet it's just under one divisional commissioner. Now, that one divisional commissioner can't be responsible for policing in police stations to make sure that they have cars, they have systems of policing in each police station, and they are performing their job, and then still run with all these task teams, all of them. It's impossible. Keep them oiled, deploy them as and when it is necessary. So you go to Gauteng and they complain to you, your Minister of Police, you run there after 5 people have been murdered. You go there, you say, I'm here to see what has happened, but it has already happened. And then from there, they call you in the Eastern Cape, they say there are matters in Lusikisiki. You run there. And so you end up, you don't have something sustainable that runs the country in terms of combative capacity on a sustainable and ongoing basis. So when 6 shots get released for 5 nights in the Cape Flats, where are we? In terms of rushing where the bullet has been released and dealing with the culprits there, where are we? We come in the morning in the form of a uniform. Even if I fly from Pretoria or from wherever, we gather there, I get accompanied by many police. But what is the results? I go out, I go away. As soon as these criminals see Minister is gone with this group of police and so on, they start from where they ended, because nobody deals with them to a point where you get to know who is doing this and what do we do with them. It doesn't get to that point until it happens, and then we investigate. At one point, I held a meeting, a virtual meeting with the National Commissioner for an hour. I counted, it was 1 hour, the two of us, virtual. And I say, National Commissioner, I can't tolerate what is happening in the Western Cape on an ongoing basis. I'm now quite a number of months into the portfolio, and I'm not going to be able to answer in 12 months what is it that I've done in that particular period. Please, let's do this. Deploy intelligence, crime intelligence to the Western Cape. I want names of people who are killing people in the Western Cape. I want name and surname through intelligence services. Go and do it. After you gather all the necessary information, then you can deploy specialized forces, sub-specialized teams. They now have the name, they know where, and so on and how, both on drugs and others. Because crime has a name and a surname. Each committed crime in South Africa has a name and surname. You've got to trace this name and surname to prove that you are working, you are there as police to protect life and limb in the country. If you don't do that, you are generally around with uniform until you point to a particular criminal who fired a shot that killed someone.
Well, that's what Lieutenant General Mchunu and his project leader, General Khumalo, that's what they say they did quite successfully. Each crime has a name. They got the names, they made arrests, they got prosecutions, they're working in a multidisciplinary team, and it's a rapid response. All these problems that you've highlighted with the situation where we respond too late,
yes,
we never respond. They're able to respond because they specialized, and they've been doing it since 2018. They say successfully.
I respond as follows. They have become a factor in reducing political killings in KZN. I'm saying a factor, not that they single-handed have brought down the killings in KZN. I'm making that point. I acknowledge that they've done work, but they are not the only factor. If you look at other factors. But you're talking about a team of 68 people as far as, or 100 and something, because when we last spoke with General Masimula, we're talking about reducing them to 68 as we're phasing out. Now, supposing they are 130 or something like that, they are operating from KZN. And at some point, for some reason, you deploy 10 in Gauteng. You don't deploy anyone in the Western Cape. It can't work. Let's apply common sense, you and I.
Yeah, and you may have a point. They draw from different stations across the country.
And they're not replaced.
Some of the best or better.
It won't work. What will work?
And they also have a rotation. They also work on a rotational basis. So
they are not budgeted for. They are not budgeted for by national. They pick up money. I don't know where they pick up money from. When that 20 million that was allocated, even if National Commissioner signs and say, I approve the new budget up to 2026, I would say as minister, I don't agree with you. Not because I am just itchy to disband the national political, it's because the bulk of people who are being murdered in South Africa are not the ones that are being dealt with by the National Political Killings Task Team. And that's a fact. It's not theory. It's not what I like. It is a fact. I've recently said the studies released last year by the Global Initiative tells you 34% of murders in South Africa are done in organized crime in that category. 34, no, it's 35 there, 34 are in taxi violence. And then 24 is political killings, and 7 is personal, where you just go on a mission of your own and say, I want to go and murder so and so. Now, when you allocate the resources, where do you put that figure, those figures? When you say to the nation, I have the National Political Killings Task Team that is dealing with all these matters in these categories throughout the country that I'm talking, are you speaking the truth? You are lying. You are lying to the nation. No matter how eloquent you put it, no matter how you look like in the face, it just is not reality that we're dealing with. You are just talking. Even if they clap hands for you, you are not dealing with reality. That's what I'm talking about here. Now, you are minister of, you are given a job, minister of police. What do? You've got to run the country, not KZN. You've got to reduce crime. You've got to reduce murders. You've got to reduce proliferation of arms throughout. You can't deal with it with one temporal task team based in KZN. You will never do it. No matter how you claim, no matter how many times you go to TV, you will never do it. You'll never do it. That's my argument.
No, I hear your argument loud and clear, and I'm sure so is everybody in the room and in the country listening to what you're saying.
Just if I could add, part of your responsibility when you're given a job is to dedicate your thinking and focus. Use the chair that you are given in the office and the whole office space to think properly and to think reality, and not to come with sophisticated creations of your own and address people and say, I'm dealing with crime. And you leave people crying in reality, meaning you are lying.
Now, Minister, all that you said may make a lot of sense to a lot of people. But what I want to understand, and all of us want to understand, when did you get into a room with your National Commissioner, Lieutenant General MKWANAZI, who started this political killings task team, and Kumalo, who's the project leader of the task team? When did you get into a room with them to have this kind of discussion or debate? Now, to some of us, maybe all of us, I'm not sure, it may sound very persuasive that, why have a dedicated political killings task team when we have murders taking place? There's taxi violence killings, there's gang wars on the Cape Flats, much higher, and there's this team, and so much money is being spent on this elite task team. It is not right. It is not fair. You should also look and spread your resources to deal with other killings.
Okay.
And then by way of a discussion and a persuasion, or maybe even a direction, you can say no. Because now they come with their counter arguments as to why the team should continue to exist. And you say, I hear you, but I don't buy your argument, and I'm now going to make the following decision. Can we agree that didn't happen?
No, I agree that I should get space to respond to your question.
Yeah, I'm asking.
All right. Now, when the president decided to intervene in KZN in the form of establishing this, he didn't call General Masimula, General MKWANAZI, and General Kumar to talk to them. He didn't. So let me start afresh to satisfy myself that you are focusing as I'm responding to you. When the president flew to KZN to respond to what was happening, he didn't call General Masimula, General MKWANAZI, and General Kumar to confide with them somewhere. He didn't. He addressed the nation. He said, to address what appears to be a crisis, when I am there as President of the Republic, I'm intervening. I am establishing a mechanism to deal with the problem that I see. It's going to take the form of an interministerial committee who will sit and discuss further the mechanism that I am telling them to design. Those are the people he sat with, and it's important to do so, to note that. And that team of ministers didn't call just General Masimula, General MKWANAZI, and General Kumar. Because in the first place, the political killings task team was not there. So they called the team of people, they called DGs actually, and they called General MKWANAZI because they were talking in KZN. So a collective of people. They said, look, we're tasked, we're an IMC, we're tasked to do 1, 2, 3, and so on. Let's talk on an ongoing basis. Come and present to us what we are briefing you about as our mandate. Then they went to craft whatever they crafted, and it got briefed. They got the briefing back, and then it was endorsed. That briefing resulted into a steering committee and an operational plan, or as an operational plan as part of. So when I come here and I'm asked that question, why didn't I call those 3 individuals? I respond in the way that I'm responding. But my response also includes that all the things that I've spoken to you, Senior Council Chair, up to now, happened in their presence. All of them. Because they are part and parcel. The work study, the implementation, the extensions, and when extensions didn't take place, but funding continued, they were there, all of them, and so on. Now, I look at the thing.
Sorry, it happened in their presence, you say, but you weren't there at the time.
Pardon?
You weren't there at the time. The work study and all that. You weren't the minister at the time.
No, I wasn't there. There was a minister, though.
There was a minister, and that minister tells us, and will come and tell this honourable committee, that the task team was in operation, and by the time he left office, and as recently as I think it was March 2024, he held his last media briefing.
2023.
The last March 2024, the last interministerial committee briefing was held in March 2024. And as usual, he says, you know, your comrade, he did the presentation and the task team was still very much in place, and he was happy with the work that they were doing. That was in March 2024. You were appointed on 30th of June 2024.
Yes.
So he doesn't seem to share your understanding that the task team was phased out or was to be phased out, or as you contend that since 2022 the task team was operating unlawfully.
Now, let me take this opportunity to outline reasons why we disbanded the task team. In fact, why I issued a letter of directives, the 3 directives, so that we don't take one aspect. For instance, I would respond to you that my predecessor can't be part of what I mean. You can't say he will come and say he is not happy, as if it is his duty to do so. Now, it's not. I'm here now taking you through the reasons. Could I go ahead, Senior Counsel?
Just hold a moment, Senior Counsel. Honorable Malema.
Sorry, Honorable Chair.
Hold.
Sorry.
Let me start. The first reason.
I have recognized an honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was not answered about whether did you meet Honorable General Masemola,
Oh, yes.
Khumalo, and MKWANAZI. Not whether when it was formed, the president met them. That was not the question. The question was, did you meet General Masemola before we go to issuing of a letter? I think there we didn't get the answer there.
Now, I'll accept that and then respond by saying the meeting on the 1st of November, where I made remarks or statements of a policy nature. I don't know whether that has since been supplied to all of you. Those minutes, you will see who was there. And you will see which, the minutes of 1 November 2024. Yeah, the distribution may not have taken place, but it's
Minister, sorry, if just to refer the Honourable Chair and Honourable Members to the relevant volume, it's Exhibit Bundle 4, and it's at pages 163 to 177.
So could I go ahead? It was a meeting that was called to discuss the organizational structure. Now, I made remarks on page 3 of 15. The people who were present was Minister of Police, and I welcome Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, General Masemola, and all other people who are present. Now, it doesn't say who else was present, but maybe if we get information, my understanding is that we were with provincial commissioners as well, not just General MKWANAZI alone. So I make remarks there. The minister further indicated there was even labor there.
Which page you reading from?
I read from page 3 of 15. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as political killings task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, while these duplicate the existing capabilities, e.g. taxi killings, political killing, all being about murders. This is what I said in the presence of management. Now, further down in the same page, you will see what General Masemola said. General Masemola indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago, which was under discussion, He goes on and talk about, so he further stated that in terms of the inspectorate, in principle, management agree that there's a need to do away with it. That's the first unit that we dissolved. And it's not and this is a unit. It was not even the task team. It's a unit in the organogram. However, there are difficulties with doing away with the unit right away. We acknowledge and accepted that. He gave example of affordability and so on. He further explained that a political killing capability that is in place was in a form of a task team and not a fixed unit established. So these were elaborate statements that were made in that meeting of a policy nature, and they were present. That's my response. But there is another meeting that we held, I think it was on the 22nd. It's just that we couldn't find minutes. It is called policy statements that I made together with the National Commissioner. He made that in one of these meetings. Yeah, the Minister directed that the presentation should have a narrative in relation to the, so I'm making reference to that to respond to the question. But I never met the three of them to say, General Masimula, General MKWANAZI, General Khumalo, come, let's have a discussion. But let me then go to the reasons so that you will see that there were ongoing discussions on various aspects, and there are certain things that precipitated the decision to disband.
Before you proceed, Minister, are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Honorable Ngola?
No, thanks, Chair. Just to check that the minutes the witness is referring to is bundle 4, page 164. And if the witness has actually noticed that the minutes are not signed. Just that, Chair. Thank you.
The minutes for which meeting?
The 1st of November, 2024.
From which he just read now?
Yes.
Yeah, but the question was whether there was a meeting with the three, and the answer is no.
Yes, Chair, I understand that part, but I'm saying if the minister noticed that they are not signed, so it actually touches on the authenticity and the credibility of the minutes. I was just raising that, Chair. It's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Then let me start with the reasons. So the first reason.
And have you,
Excuse me,
on senior counsel?
Minister, just that part, it's part of this follow-up meeting of the 1st of November, at the bottom of 3 of 15. 3 of 15. There's reference to what General Masemola said about the task team. Can you see that the last paragraph?
Yes.
General Masemola indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago. And then later on he says, the last sentence, he further explained that the political killing capability that is in place was in the form of task team and not a fixed unit/establishment. What did you mean by that, or what did you understand?
It talks about permanent structure. He refers to it as a unit, which I said as a practice in SAPS would be part of the organogram, operating organogram. So it's not fixed, it's temporal.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what was he not saying that this discussion about organizational structures does not or should not include a reference to a task team because it's not a fixed unit? of the establishment.
What is important is to note that there's acknowledgement that it is not a permanent structure or a permanent establishment. It's not a fixed establishment.
I think we all accept that. We accept
Yes.
that it's been extended from every year, from 2018
Yes.
through now to 2026, except that your position seems to be that from 2022.
2022. I'm saying from 2022, there was no substantive discussion to extend the existence. There was whatever happened after 2022, which as the last signature of the National Commissioner and the Minister on the establishment, on the existence of the task team, was then for financial purposes to say fund, and then it was as it had happened up to 2026 is funding, but we're no longer there. We are now on my reasons why.
Yeah, but just to pause there,
Okay.
because it's important that we get this clear, because the former Minister Pele, certainly accepted right up until his last media briefing on the task team as the chairperson of the interministerial committee, that there was such a task team, that it was in place, that it was operating.
And I would agree with him.
And that the interministerial committee, this political committee that you're talking about, was briefed, well, twice a year.
I would agree with him.
Yes. And there was never any, so, well, we don't know, maybe
That was
one of the
2023.
honorable members and their researchers will look into it, but it seemed to be, even if they were operating outside of the PFMA, if it was irregular or wasteful expenditure, this seemed to have been condoned. That because they continued in operation.
No, I've indicated that we held a meeting on the 1st of November, and we held another meeting on the 22nd. Even if the minutes are not signed, but I would believe that because this was a meeting of the support branch of SAPS, somebody would have a correct record of this. But I'm on leave. So I got this document that was with me, not from the office. So they would have a better document in the office.
We had made a written request to the office of the National Commissioner, and that this is what we received, and this is what we've made available to you and to everyone else.
Okay.
They don't have any other minute or any other documentation.
So let me go on. I've then indicated that I wasn't alone on the meeting of the 1st. I wasn't alone in the meeting of the 22nd. But let me go to the other aspects, therefore, or reasons for the disbandment right away, if I could be allowed to do so. So the first reason is my belief that if you continue to have a political killings task team, you are not recognizing the new work study and the new organogram. You are denying that there's a new organogram, there's a new work study that gave rise to the new organogram. And I don't want to be in denial. I am confirming that we've done that work and that the structure, I am able to face the nation and say, the organogram that we've designed should be able to enable us to develop capacity to face the challenges that are out there, requiring response, effective and efficient response from police. So that's the first reason. You now have capacity. We have done the work, we have processed together with everybody in the department, not alone. It is there in place, we just have to implement. General Masimula has signed the new organogram, and it now needs to be funded and implemented and rolled out. It caters even for the political killings, but no longer in KZN alone, all over the country. It is there, it is in place. I've demonstrated that. It has been discussed and adopted, not by me alone. Then we go to the next reason. The next reason is that when I assumed duties together with the deputy ministers, we got a number of people talking to us about various matters in the department. We were new coming in there. They would phone, they would WhatsApp, they would email. Others, in my case, they would ask for confidential meetings and so on. And I do state that in my affidavit. Now, these people, I mean, they would call you when you are in the car, they would call you wherever, and so on. But some of these people, like the ones that are included here, because they're in different categories, like Mary de Haas, for instance, she wrote extensively to us and then wrote to Parliament as well. And
so Minister, sorry. Apologies. I do want to get to your reasons for your 31 December 2024 directive. I do want to get there.
Yes.
But I was still, unless you tell me you're done, are we finished with the focus of the disestablishment of the political killings task team before we get on to the reasons and the rationale for the disestablishment of the team?
Okay.
And I think the last question was, which I think Honourable Member Malema had also flagged, and we don't have a definitive answer. Did you get into a room with General Masemola, with Lieutenant General MKWANAZI, with Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's the project leader of that team, to discuss the disestablishment with the team, or why it should continue, and for them to do a motivation? What we do know is that there was this meeting on the 1st of November where you made some remarks about it, but from the minute, unless the minute is not a full recordal of what happened, this was not a discussion about the PKTT. This seems to be a passing reference to the PKTT in the context of the organizational structure of the police. And the only reference that General Masemola makes is to say, by the way, PKTT is not a unit that's part of the organizational structure. It's a task team. We don't know. We didn't have the minute, unfortunately, before us when he testified. Maybe we'll put that question to him in writing and get his response, what he meant. So there's only passing reference to it. It's not a meeting where it was discussed. It was mentioned, and General Sabia had also mentioned the other night. No, it was, well, I'm not even sure now whether it was mentioned or discussed in November. We took issue with him, but perhaps to give him a little bit of credit, there seemed to have been mention of it in November 2024 before the decision was taken to disestablish the task. So can we accept from you there was no focused discussion on the disestablishment of the task team before 31 December 2024?
Well, Senior Counsel, I'm not sure about forecast, because there's nothing that suggests that on the 1st of November, nobody was focused on what was going on there. But if you mean that there was no day where we said this day we're going to be discussing the National Political Killings Task Team, I would say yes, there was no such a day. There was no day to discuss the National Intervention Team, the National Intervention Unit, even though it has not been disbanded. But I'm saying, as a principle, you would discuss all the teams and so on if there was a day for them, and I'm sure at some point would come. And as it happens, you now know that there was a meeting that came after the disbandment. But
yeah, no, we know about those meetings.
But I wanted
before then.
In the reasons, I want to capture that response. So you will then get to understand how we intended to handle that particular matter specifically in a dedicated form that you are talking about. But I've already answered that it was discussed on the 1st of November. It was discussed on the 21st of November and 22nd November. Much as you would want me to say there was a day, I am answering there was no such a day when there was a dedicated discussion on this. I'm saying so.
So your answer is it was discussed with, but MKWANAZI wasn't in the meeting. Kumala, he wasn't in the meeting. Only General Masemola was in the meeting.
Senior Counsel, I've said, yes, there was this meeting. It was the way it was. And these statements were made in that meeting. I want to avoid talking as if I breached a particular law by not doing what you are talking about. I'm putting it as it happened that we had a meeting on the 1st. Now, I'm not hearing you saying, why didn't you have the 3 on the 1st and not this meeting? So I had this meeting, I'm telling it as it is. And then on the 22nd, that's all we did. Not a meeting dedicated, separate with General Khumalo, with General MKWANAZI, and with General Masemola. No, not that one.
Yeah, so it seems to me that this is all part of your orientation as a new minister since July 2024, and even by November 2024, you're discussing the organizational design and structure. And one of those issues that crops up or arises from those discussions is the political killings task team. As part of that discussion, that's the context of that discussion. What I asked you about is whether there was any dedicated, or as you like to say, focused discussion on the political killings task team. And from this minute, it doesn't appear to have been the case. And we don't have, unfortunately, the minute of the 24th of November.
Now, let me say 2 things. I've already said there was no focused discussion on the matter, but I want to elaborate on that and give you the more detail. 2, not as if there was a prescription that it had to happen and take a particular form. There's no law that says so. 3, I've already given given what happened on the 1st and what happened later. But now give me space to give you reasons why we disbanded. And some of the answers from your question, some of the answers you will get as I move on the matter. I'm saying this to lessen the burden on senior counsel to say, answer this question. I've answered. Okay, can I go ahead? Okay, go ahead. Final. All right. So the first reason is that we get to the department, we do various discussions, consultations, we read, and so on. And then gradually, I get to learn about all these things that were spoken about up to now. What happened in 2019 and so on. The work studies, the establishment, we get to discuss the imperatives of the 7th administration, and we deal with the organogram, and we come up with a new structure crafted on the basis of what had happened before, and we move on with the work. All right. It becomes imperative to me as minister that you can't have a duplicate structure or any other duplicate structures on top of what has already been put in place and what can deliver on the mandate of the 7th administration in the form of this organogram, catering for all that SAPS could do or can do in order to meet the mandates and the imperatives of the 7th administration. And I'm saying I'm convinced that if this organogram is implemented, it will have an impact on murders, on firearms and so on crime in South Africa, based on this, if we go on. So you streamline, you say, I've got the machinery now, as we have signed off now. And it is important to note that there is no one, when we did this, who said, put in the organogram the National Political Killings Task Team. It has been there for 5, 6, 7 years. Put it on the organogram. No one said so. Not Commissioner Masimula, not the other generals, including General MKWANAZI or General Kumar. So we went on with the organogram until it was finalized. But we went on with this understanding that there is no task team that, including the National Political Killings Team, Political Killings Task Team, it was never meant to be permanent. It was even referred to as a project. In many documents, is reflected on as a project. Now, if it's a project, it tells you that as a project, it would have a particular time frame of starting, particular funding, and particular time of ending. It's not a permanent project. So that's the first reason. Second reason, I began to say, I got to interact with a lot of people. Deputy ministers also got to interact with many people. Now, others made written inputs and others didn't. The categories of people who were speaking to us are different. Maybe let me start with the one that even finally made me write on the 31st of December. A number of people who were part of the National Political Task Team sent WhatsApps to me and to the deputy ministers over a long period, shortly after we started working in SAPS. Others, as I've said, would want to see me privately, confidential. And we had talks. And there are quite a number. Now, those people would say, we don't want to be revealed. We don't want to be known. We just are coming here to say there are these particular issues. And let me categorize them. They are in two categories, those issues. They are of an HR nature. The practices within National Political Killings Task Team, the way they practiced HR matters or handled HR matters. Two, they are of a nature that made me feel that if these matters are not attended to expeditiously, they have potential, if not already, of damaging the reputation of SAPS, amounting to others defeating the ends of justice. So they were in two categories. Now, those matters, as I've indicated, they were detailed in the conversations in various forms that I've indicated. Now, I had to process. First, we started with a meeting on the 21st of November with the two deputy ministers, convened by me, to say, what are you picking up since we started? So each one of us said, hey, because we were specific, we're discussing what we were receiving, the complaints, the grievances, and all of that. So we discussed this. Others we had already started addressing by allocating, you address the problem of so and so, you address the problem of so and so, and that was done. And we're beginning to do work. But I convened this specific meeting. The resolution in that meeting said, Minister, these things that we have shared here are important. Go and engage the National Commissioner. That is what came out. We didn't discuss the detail of the form it must take and all of that. It was just go and engage the National Commissioner on all these matters that we've just discussed and other related matters. Now, I will come back later to say what then happened. But because we didn't discuss the nature of the form in which it was left upon me to really look at how I would go about engaging the National Commissioner, which I did. And it took some time before I could satisfy myself that this is the form it must take. Now, let me put a comma there. That's the first reason. That's the second reason. The other reason is around there were also a lot of other information that we got. I had already mentioned Professor Meriti Haas, that she's one of the people who called us, wrote to Parliament, and so on. And there's one thing that I normally do. Meriti Haas is a well-established...
Who is Meriti Haas? We've heard her name here now many times.
Meriti Haas is a KwaZulu-Natal-based violence monitor who has been there over time. I've never had the opportunity, as far as I can recall, of having met her, but I do read the stuff that she produces.
Yeah, she wrote a letter.
Yes.
Look at the letter.
Okay. That's the person. I'm talking
in the
about.
bundle in the Exhibit 4. It's at pages 14 to 21, Exhibit 4.
Yes.
So you never met her?
If I recall, if it happened, it happened. It must have happened some time ago, long time ago.
When you were the
But
Premier?
not when I was MSc or Premier or what. I don't recall, let alone after becoming minister.
And
But I've read her statements.
so she's not an advisor to you.
Not at all.
You hadn't met her. She writes to you
Merely as minister,
on the
I suppose.
31st of October 2020.
She wrote to the portfolio committee.
And she wrote to the portfolio committee.
She's not an advisor either there. She wrote to them as well. All right.
So, and you don't know her?
Then I read what she wrote.
You've never met her. You don't know her personally. Did you check out her credentials?
No, I know her.
You know her?
Yes. She has been there in KZN for a long time. It's difficult to miss anyone who is in parliament who comes from there. You would have heard or known or read.
Even I don't come from there, but I've heard of her over the years. And then
Okay.
To be fair, she's at times she bravely stood her ground during the apartheid years, and there was police brutality. So I do, but I'm not sure that if she writes a letter to me and I'm the Minister of Police, I'm necessarily going to take her advice or take her seriously.
No, I haven't said I took her advice. I merely said she wrote to me.
Well, you're not dealing with your reasons. The Merida House letter is one of those reasons.
She wrote a letter to me. I'm still telling the story, what happened. So she wrote to me and I read it. But let me open up about what I normally do when I receive letters or calls. I normally don't ignore when people write or call me. I tried and make an effort to respond to what they say. There are many people who have phoned me over time, but I've never met them. But sometimes I respond to them. So I did look at the letters and so on. And I also read her correspondence to the portfolio committee. If I'm not mistaken, she would have written to me and CC'd them to me and so on. Now, I do also ask my communications people to get articles written by people about South African Police Service, to get them to me in the form of copies and so on. Not with the purpose of responding to, but getting to know what they have to say about South African police, including her. So I then indicate what she was saying on various occasions about that, and I read those things that she spoke about. Then there's another lady called Patricia Mashale, who write almost every second day about South African police, especially on the negative side. So I read what she writes, but I've never responded and I've never called her to discuss any of her articles or letters or WhatsApps or whatever. I just read and keep. And at some point, the way she writes to us, I got a bit worried because she seems to know quite a lot of things, including letters written by this person or that person within SAPS. So I asked the IGI to say, can you give me, can you work on the profile of this lady? I just need to know more about her, and he did. And he wrote back to me about what he was saying to me about her and so on. Basically saying, well, his own understanding of her, having profiled her, his understanding of her is mixed. There are things that she says that are true, but there are others that are true, but she continues to write, and sometimes about something that is a mere rumor that doesn't exist and so on. So her correspondence was mixed.
So you got someone to do a little bit of homework on Ms. Mashale?
Yes, because I didn't know her. It's not like Mary Dehas, who I knew.
You didn't need anyone to do any homework on Ms. Dehas?
Mary?
Dehas.
Yeah, I've said I know Mary. Yeah. I've known her for a long time, particularly through her writings and what she says and so on. That's what I said. Not Moke.
I think she also appeared before the Morani.
Yes, yes.
Some kind of
yes. But Mashale, I had never met and I had not heard, but she was really posting things and so on. And then I asked the IGI to look at and write to me about her, and he did, and I read. And at some point, I shared the understanding of the IGI with National Commissioner to say, hey, this is what IGI is saying about Patricia Morgan. But National Commissioner, she has also written to her or sent WhatsApp to him and so on. We just shared that generally and we passed.
Okay.
Now, there's the second category.
Yeah, before you proceed, there is a hand from Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I understood the minister to have said he asked the IGI, which will mean Inspector General of Intelligence, to check on this person. Now, after he gave that answer, the SC says, you are saying you asked on someone to do homework. You can't refer to IGI as someone. He has to be referred to as IGI consistently. Yes. You can't make that mistake because it's going to disappear. He said he asked IGI to check on her, and the SC says, oh, you asked on someone. It can't be. It has to be one answer, and the minister answered that. So I just wanted us to have the same understanding.
That it must go to the record as the person that the minister requested to check on Miss Patricia Mashale. That person is the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Point taken, Honorable Malema.
Yes.
So I wrote to the IGI and he then responded.
So, Minister, you say the name of the person is Miss Patricia Mashale?
Yes. Okay. Yes, Chair.
And the matter was referred to the Inspector General of Intelligence?
Yes, because in particular, she would write about crime intelligence matters quite extensively. And she would send emails and so on. That's why I went to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And then I got the advice in writing about her. Now,
so when you say that she used to write extensively about intelligence matters, what do you mean? You mean it's unusual for a person in her position to write about those matters? Or did she have a more than sufficient information that you would ordinarily expect her to have?
No, what she did is write and send you a WhatsApp on your phone on a frequent basis, not regular, frequent basis. She would send you documents which appeared to be SAPS documents, genuine, but send them to you. She would send you reports of one situation or the other, criminality, and so on. She wrote also about, she sent me when about that those weapons and people that we found in Mpumalanga. She wrote.
I want to know, is she qualified to be in possession of such information?
I wouldn't say she qualifies because
not all of it. Other information may be general or public information that everybody knows is reported in the news. So what we want to establish is whether is there some of the information which when she converses with you, you get worried that an ordinary civilian may not have to be in possession of information like this one because this is SAPS information.
Yeah. The frequency with which she wrote and the stuff she wrote and sent and so on is the one that made me say, who is this person? IGI, can you profile? And after that, I spoke to the National Commissioner who confirmed that he too does receive those kinds of things from Patricia. And she likes doing that on a frequent basis, almost to everybody and so on. That's the nature of things. And I'm merely mentioning in passing that she also did write. Now, this is what we were talking about, not necessarily in detail with the deputy ministers. Now, I said I would come back to that other category I started with, but this is what happened. The other reason is around budget matters. Now, on budget, I'm trying to check my submission where I wrote about budget. On budget, I've already indicated that throughout, let me indicate that throughout our discussions with SAPS management, from when we arrived during orientation up to the end of the year and beginning of the year, there was always focus and emphasis on the decreased budget. In other words, decreased resources within SAPS. You would ask, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? They will always say, there's no money, there's no money. Even after we identified what we referred to as priorities, ministerial priorities that were expanding on the other priorities of the state as a whole. But they continued, like technology, for instance. We have had extensive discussions on technology. And they continued to say, well, yeah, we take those priorities, infrastructure in the form of police stations and other enablers, as we call them. But they continued to say, there's no budget. We don't have all the money. We hear you, we hear the priorities and so on, but there's no money. And therefore, this was lingering in my mind all the time to say, where can we make better of resources to SAPS because of the shortage? So budget allocated to SAPS was one of the main factors, key factors that made us think, what is that we need to do? When we took the decision to disband the police inspectorate, what we had in mind was, how do we optimize the resources that we have? Because you have people in office in the form of police inspectorate who you may seemingly not require in that form, but you require them, their skills, their experience, and their work elsewhere. You definitely need them. And so that's why we then say maybe we need to deploy them, redeploy them elsewhere, optimizing on the budget. Now, as we did so, the budget allocated to subs became one of the things that I considered when I wrote the letter, to give effect to more optimization of our resources from within subs, and we did that. Now, the budget became quite a difficult subject. I want to, on my supplement, say something about this. It came to a point where, on the budget, we had to consider certain things. One of them is what I heard the National Commissioner mention during the commission, Madlanga Commission, and subsequent I heard, when I listened to Kumalo, General Kumalo, I heard him say, I will repeat those things. They were, in responding to questions that were asked, responded using the language inclusive of traditional ways of investigation, normal ways of investigating, common ways of investigating. Of course, they were responding. But what it revealed, without them intending to do so, was that in police, we make a differentiation between a way in which political killings task team, which is efficient, which is good, the way in which they investigate cases, good. Let me not talk about results, just good, that they approach things that way. But this is confined to a specific category of people. The rest of the people are condemned to common ways of investigating, traditional ways of investigating, and common ways of investigating. Now, from where I sit as minister, we can't go on like that. You can't say, because it's a public representative, I must employ this particular specialized way of investigating. But because it's not a public representative or it's not an induna, let us use the normal or traditional or common way of investigation. The Constitution doesn't say so. What we rather can do is to take the experience that the National Political Task Team has gone through. You then make it apply all over as a good practice, different from the practice that is called traditional, that is called normal. To me, this is one of the ticking bombs in the South African Police Service, especially when you pronounce it that there are various levels of in terms of quality of investigating. That talks to your ethics. It talks to your kind of mentality, the kind of practice that you want to see established and perpetrated within SAPS. You don't want to do that from my side. And the Constitution doesn't allow us to do that. We need to improve. If there's a particular experience that we've gained from a province in one way or the other, let it be taken and duplicated elsewhere, because everybody requires speciality and attention. We can't justify it on an ongoing basis. It's unfair and unconstitutional. So I'm on the budget that it has got dynamics in it such that in summary, you need to optimize how you use your budget. And I'm saying there are ways in which we have intervened to optimize. We even held a meeting. We called it the optimization of the budget. How effective, how efficient would we use the budget for this particular purpose? Now, there are issues I've already indicated, a number of them, that we are doing very badly in. I've already given technology. At one point, it was very painful to listen to police in one district in the Eastern Cape saying, when they were briefing us, saying, Minister, one of the challenges we have, frustrations we have, is that we have old equipment in subs. And our targets in the form of criminals, they use advanced equipment. And in detecting them, they are the ones who detect us, and they run away from us because they know we have old technology, and they will be able to tell where we are, and they will go to the other way. And then when we go to the other way, once our technology indicates something, then by the time we reach there, they are no longer there. So technology, we're not good at all. We're quite bad in technology, quite low on technology. The next one is police accommodation. There are police stations that are terrible in South Africa, quite a number. You get calls, you get grievances. At one point, I attended to a meeting requested by the Honorable Chief Whip, the Honorable Ntuli, Tumseni Ntuli, to his constituents. He was saying, come and listen to a number of people in my constituency about a police station in Maran Hill. And as I did that, I come from Ngolezana Township in Mbangel. I know police operate from a shell that I am very, very embarrassed about, a police station in the area where I come from. But there are many others which are like that. When you look at them, you can't believe that there's somebody working there or who can do any good job, just looking at the structure of the building itself. And we are far behind with huge backlogs on police stations. So we need money like that. And then support to detectives. Detectives wear clothing like us, but they have 1,000 rand allowance per year, per month, to buy suits and so on because they're detectives. They're even worse off than those who are in uniform because they get distributed with the uniform. So we needed to say, how to improve this situation as a matter of fact and not make assumptions. That's why we convened a workshop, 3-day workshop in March, to say, how do we improve some of these working conditions in subs, personnel and vehicles. If you hear somebody in subs saying that in our police station, there are only 4 vehicles, my guess would be there are more than 6 vehicles allocated there. It's just that half of the vehicles that are allocated to that police station are not functional. So out of 6, there are 3. So people will say there are only 3. In fact, there are 6. And it's a constant and consistent grievance out there for which you need to respond by availing resources, lack of forensic labs. I'm identifying priorities which need funding, for which even the portfolio committee can't assist us and Treasury can't assist us. So we have to find resources inside. Deteriorating budget, equity in remuneration. As we speak, much as we were able to raise salaries after the workshop, allowances, I would call them. Now, I'm sure there are very few people in Parliament who are aware that these units that we're proud of, like TRT, like NIU, maybe NIU a little bit better, but other units, task force, POP, and all of that, get very little money. Maybe around 4,000, around 5,000 a month. And these are married people. These are adults. They get very little with the training, specialized training that they have. And it's painful. But as we talk now, after the workshop in March, we were able to raise the salaries of all the others except TRT. They are still where they are. And it's painful. But I am aware that the people in PKTT, it's not a fault of their own. We made an effort to try and bridge the gap and so on. But in PKTT, their claims are far better than those in all other units. I'm talking about units while they are only a task team. They have better cars, they have better accommodation. All these others, including detectives, they use barracks and they use private homes of people. And they're vulnerable and so on. So we need to bring equity on those matters. Now, I'm then saying this is one, just the dynamics of the needs for the budget, which made us think that we need to optimize and so on. Now, let me go on to another reason.
Suppose the Chair, can we take a short break?
Yeah, I wanted to check how many more reasons are left, because we want you to break.
Okay. Now,
how long will it take you to present all those reasons?
I'm sure if you give me another 30 minutes, taking delight that tomorrow I'm back here. And I want to explain to the Chair, from the 6th of July, I'm wearing General MKWANAZI. From the 6th of July, I'm smelling General MKWANAZI. And this is the first opportunity that I'm getting to explain myself. And I'm going to do justice to that. And I'm pleading with you to give me the opportunity to do that, considering as well that he has gone to the commission for quite a long time, piling the accusations
on a point of order,
and so on. So I'm responding to those.
On a point of order.
Let me take, because I didn't want you to debate them.
On a point of order.
Let me take the two hands, Honorable Malema, Honorable Skosan.
No, I don't think you explained properly to a minister. We're not leaving. We're asking how long will you take to respond to this question so we can break for comfort break and come back. You are still with us. We can be here until 2 in the morning. Don't worry. We're just asking for comfort break.
I would say, thank you very much for that. I'm very, very comfortable. And I'm subject. I thought that you were saying go and you want to break. So I'm obliged to your direction, to your directives.
Yeah, I wanted
to finish just the reason.
To say to you that
the reasons,
because you have listed reasons.
Yes.
So I wanted to know how many reasons now are left for you to conclude that part.
Okay.
So that we can give you a comfort break.
Okay. I can do this in, say, 20 minutes to wrap up.
That is too much.
Yes.
So we must break now.
Okay.
And then come back after that 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you can continue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I think the minister doesn't know that we even go knock off at 1 a.m. in the morning. We don't mind.
Yeah, no, you must not be worried. But look,
Okay.
if that is what you are wearing or what you are smelling is combat clothes, I will advise you to wear Senzo Mchunu and not General MKWANAZI.
Thank you.
Smell Mchunu and not MKWANAZI. Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just before your break, the remark from the minister that he's smelling, from the 6th, for me, he has started to smell like General Sibia. I thank you, Chair.
No, yeah, no, you are out of order because what the chair has said here is that Minister Mchunu is Minister Mchunu and General MKWANAZI is General MKWANAZI. It ends there. Yeah, Ariska in Chamai, Divan. No. Honorable members, we've taken a comfort break. 20 minutes, yes. You come back at 16:40, 16 hour 40.